Wow, 80.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Edgar. I'm the president of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. And on behalf of the board, I would like to thank you for logging in this morning and conducting or being part of this virtual presentation. Today's meeting, as you know, we promote the WebEx platform. The teleconference meeting constitutes the board's regular business meeting for the month of February 2021. I very much appreciate taking your time out of the schedules to join us this morning. Thank you very much. Since we're now experienced in these virtual meeting protocols, we're not going to spend a lot of time going over them. Suffice to say, staff will help anyone who needs assistance or help in accessing this meeting. Please contact Ryan Jones, our board clerk, Leslie Gallagher, a member of the staff, by text, email, or cell phone. If you need help, they would be happy to assist you. And I believe the members are, their numbers are on the website if you do not have them. In addition, there's an extensive list of instructions on the second page of the agenda if you need help in that way. Regarding the meeting itself, the way we've run these meetings before, I think has been appropriate and has worked fine, and we'll be doing that again. As before, Ryan Jones, our board clerk, will be moderating the proceedings from a technical point of view, and Leslie and Michael Wright and other members of the staff will be monitoring the field so that people who want to address the board either can address the board in the chat room or raise your hand or in order to do that. Second, following each presentation, I will ask for questions from board members. And after the board members finish their comments, I will ask for comments from the public. And Leslie and staff will try to identify those people who want to address the board, and we'll call on them on a first come, first served basis. After we completed the public testimony, I'll bring the matter back to the board for more discussion and final action if the matter is an action item, or simply move on to the next item if it's an informational item. Should be aware that this meeting is being recorded and will be housed on our website just as our regular streaming video has been for all of our meetings. We'll probably be taking a few breaks along the way, 15-minute breaks, to give our reporter and staff a break and to catch up. At this point, I'm thinking that we will be taking a break after DWR's item 9C and before DWR's 9D, and another break after DWR's 9D and before the public hearing for the enforcement order, which is board item 10A. So the board item, DWR item 9D, is a lengthy presentation, and therefore we're going to be taking 2 breaks on either side of that. And the enforcement hearing is an extensive hearing, which will require a break before we start that. So that's my sense. Ryan will place a sign on the screen so that the public will know when we will return and estimate and the time of the break. We have a full agenda today, and it does include some interesting items. I've been informed we do not have a closed session, therefore I'm anticipating that in this meeting around 1:30 or so, or maybe 2. Regarding the items themselves, under 3 on the agenda, Vice President Dolan will be presenting the minutes of the December 18th regular board meeting last year to the board for your approval. Next, we'll have a consent calendar, which is item 5. It has 2 items on the agenda this morning. These items are in order, and I believe we've received core letters on those items. There's someone on the board or the public wants to remove the item for discussion, clarification, or questions, or more work. The consent calendar will consist of items 5A and 5B, and will be voted on with a single motion and a second, and disposed of in a single vote. And obviously, approval of the consent calendar, items 5A and 5B, is an action item of the board. Next, item 7, legislative update. Darren Suen has a report on this meeting today. And under item 8 is listed as a regular slot on our agenda, but apparently we don't have any items from the core today. Under item 9, items from the Department of Water Resources will be presented. There are 4 items that are listed on the agenda. Then under the category of board items, item 10, we have one very important enforcement issue, which is a lengthy item and is listed on the agenda this morning. And finally, we have our usual executive officers report, including the informational staff reports for the board's review. And we also have our normal board comments, committee updates, and calendar for everyone's edification. As I said before, we don't have a closed session today, so this should be an interesting meeting. We're still on item 1. We've completed our welcome notes. And first, I think Leslie has some introductions she'd like to work. We have 2 employees would like to introduce to the board today. Leslie, why don't we proceed with that?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mr. President, for that. We do have a couple of employee announcements, 2 happy, 1 sad. We are saying goodbye in the next couple of months to long-term employee Gary Lemon, who has been with the board for at least the last 10 years. He has announced his retirement, so congratulations to him. With him giving us plenty of time and making this announcement in advance, however, we were able to hire a replacement for him and give him ample time to train his new replacement. So we are welcoming to the board Steve Lamb, who was recently announced as our new permitting section chief. And he will be training along with Gary for the next couple of months. So really an ideal situation. And as much as we're sorry to see Gary go, we're very happy to welcome Steve. He is new to state service, so there'll be a bit of a learning curve, as there was for most of us who are new to state service. But we're very happy to have that in place. We also welcome this month, as you saw in the executive officer's report, Melissa Roberts. She is our new budget staff services manager, and she will be helping us take our budget to the next level where President Edgar has been trying to get it for the last several years. So we're very happy to welcome her and all of her experience. She has been working with the department for the last 8 years or so, so she has a lot of proficiency in SAP, which is something we had some challenges with. So we're very happy to have her here as well. And those are my announcements. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Leslie. Members, we're on item 2, the roll call. And Ryan, would you call the roll to make sure we have a quorum to conduct our business, please?
Thank you, President Edgar. Board Member Griego.
Here.
Board Member Johnson.
Here. Good morning, everybody.
Board Member Ramirez.
Here.
Board Member Valines.
Here.
Board Member Countryman.
Present.
Vice President Dolan.
I'm here.
President Edgar.
I'm here, of course, and do we have a full board? Everybody's here today. Thank you for that. And we certainly have more than a quorum to conduct our business. So we're on item 3 at this point, the minutes of December 18th. Vice President Jane Dolan will be presenting the minutes to the board for your approval this morning. Ms. Dolan, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I speak to you as your secretary on this item. The minutes of December 18th, 2020 have been reviewed by staff and by me. I think that they are ready for your approval. Since I can see all your faces, let me pause to see if any of you have a hand up or a question. There you, I see some shaking heads. Thank you. With that, I will move approval of the minutes of December 18th, 2020.
Moved by Dolan. Do we have a second?
I can second that.
Okay, I'll just pick one. Mary Jane, thank you. Moved by Ms. Dolan, seconded by Mary Jane Griego. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that the minutes of December 18th have been unanimously approved. Thank you. Members, we're on item 4, review of the agenda. Leslie, do you have any comments on this item? Anything I've missed or you want to emphasize at this point?
No changes to the agenda, Mr. President.
Okay. Members, we're on item 5, the consent calendar. As I said earlier, we have 2 items on the agenda this morning. I've been told that the items are in order. Therefore, unless someone on the board or in the public wants to remove and discuss either items 5A or 5B, these items will constitute the consent calendar for this morning. As I said, the consent calendar will be voted with a single motion and a second and disposed of with a single vote. Members have any questions on either items 5A or 5B?
No.
I don't hear of any. Are there any questions from the public, Brian or Leslie?
See anything, Mr. President?
Okay, well, do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar, please?
I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mary Jane. Do we have a second?
This is Jane. I'll second it. Keep it going, Mary Jane.
All right.
Okay, moved by Mary Jane Griego, seconded by Jane Dolan. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? That's unanimous approval of the members. Okay, members, we're on item 6, public comments, not on the agenda. Does anyone have any comments in the chat room or raise the hand who want to speak on matters not on the agenda at this morning's meeting? Do we have anybody that wants to address the board? Brian or Leslie?
I don't see anyone at this time, but this is a reminder that if you're calling in on the phone, it's *3 to raise your hand and *3 again to lower your hand, and *6, of course, to mute yourself.
Thank you, Ryan. Leslie, do you see anybody?
Mr. President.
Okay, we'll move on. Seeing no one addressing the board on this item, we'll move on to item 7, which is Darren Suin's report. Good morning, Darren. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you, President Egger. Good morning. Good morning, Vice President Dolan, members of the board, Darren Suin, board staff. We have a new legislative session and a new presidential administration. So wanted to share with you some things at the state level and at the federal level that we're taking note of. Ryan, next slide, please. Great, thank you. For the legislature, a week ago today, the 19th was the last day to introduce bills for this year. There's a few of them I wanted to highlight. We were pleased to see SB 369 that formalizes the Yola Bypass Cash Through Partnership made up of 15 federal, state, and local agencies, sponsored and reintroduced by Senator Pan. We greatly appreciate Dr. Pan's and Safeco's leadership on this effort. You may recall in May 2016, we signed on to this MOU with many of these partner agencies. There's a couple bonds that were issued, one in each chamber. Senate Bill 45 by Senator Portantino, and then of course Assembly Bill 1500 introduced by our ex officio member, Assemblymember Garcia. We will be tracking these bond measures as they move through the process. Next, I also wanted to highlight ACA 1, Assembly Constitutional Amendment 1 by Assemblymember Aguilar Curry. This would create an exception to the 1% limit and authorize a city and county, or special district to levy an ad valorem tax for public infrastructure. This is relevant, I feel, because this bill could affect the SSJDD feasibility study that we have going right now. And then finally, AB 29, Assemblymember Cooper, which deals with meeting bodies and would require all staff report materials for this board and others be made public within 72 hours in advance of the meeting, or at the time they're made available to all of you, the board members, whichever comes first. Of course, there's also a lot of other bills that, while not specific to flood management, pertain to groundwater, water quality, and climate change. And policy committee hearings are underway for all these bills, and we'll just keep watching these to see how they progress. Next slide, please, Ryan. Thank you. So on the federal side, I wanted to start with a couple of general informational things. What we've been hearing, and I'm sure many of you are following, everything is focused on COVID relief. And today, the House will vote on the $1.9 trillion COVID relief package. And then hopefully it'll go to the Senate. The expectation is that there'll be some modifications which are required to come back to the House for ratification there. At the end of the day, the administration is trying to get all this done by March 14th, when unemployment benefits will run out. After that, we expect that the president's budget will soon be made available, along with appropriations conversations that will follow. Now, from an infrastructure perspective, there's been conversations happening already about an infrastructure package. Don't know what that will look like at this time, but we'll keep you all posted as things progress there as well. So for WRDA 2020, which, as all you know, it was approved in December, there's a lot of information here too, and I just wanted to highlight a couple things. First, in generally speaking, it authorized 46 core chiefs reports, 27 feasibility studies, in order to completion of 6 comprehensive river basin studies. One of those comprehensive studies included the Yola bypass system, which all of you are familiar with. And we are very thankful and very appreciative of the team effort by Congresswoman Matsui and Congresswoman Garamendi in achieving this milestone. There's a direction to receive was also received, for the second phase of the Lower San Joaquin feasibility study to align schedules, maximize complementary efforts, and ensure coordination and information sharing. I suspect we'll be hearing more about that later today when the Flood Projects Office gives their update as well. And then I also just wanted to quickly point out, earlier this week, some of you heard at the coordinating committee about a deauthorization of part of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project was deauthorized. That was also included in this order. Ryan, could you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight this here so you can see the highlighted portion of Reach 6, Unit 4, along the Western Pacific Interceptor Canal was the part that was deauthorized. As with anything else, the implementation guidance for WRDA will happen soon, and more work will progress on that front when the ASA, Assistant Secretary of the Army, is put in place. We understand that this is going to take a while, as the higher position levels will be done first. Although we did receive a positive note to see from Board Member Johnson about someone from the West Coast getting a name for the Deputy Assistant Secretary position. So it's nice to have some West Coast influence over there back in DC. Next slide,
Darren,
please. Yeah, go ahead.
that
Who is that?
title on that, the
Yeah.
title on that slide doesn't seem to be right to me.
Right.
Glen Calusa Irrigation District intake.
Yeah, I was just trying to note the location down there. Yeah, that's right. It was actually just the Reach 6 Unit 4. You're right.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Next slide, please, Ryan. Okay, so if there's some other things going on at the federal level, the Army Corps of Engineers Levy Engineering Circular that was just released, as you see there, February 22nd. We got the update to that. This Levy Safety Engineer Circular provides context and guidance related to levy safety program activities. Establishes a process for tracking, monitoring, and adapting levy activities based on risk. Just recently, Rick Johnson from Executive Officer of the Sacramento Flood Control Agency was able to go back personally and meet with Phoebe Purcell, who's the chief of the Dam and Levee Safety Branch, along with Mr. Al Lee, who's the director of Civil Works. And the conversation takeaways from this included that this circular were normal Army Corps actions, but now they wanted to put these things in writing for all to see. The expectation is that they want to finalize this in May, in which case, the engineering circular will be operable for 2 years, and we can provide input and comment to the Corps during that time frame before rulemaking begins. We hope to help the Corps disseminate this information to our local maintaining agencies and just work alongside them to make sure that this circular can be implemented. In regards to the principles, requirements, and guidelines that is used to plan water resource development projects for the Army Corps of Engineers, the former Assistant Secretary of the Army, R.D. James, released this memo, this policy directive, which is a comprehensive documentation of benefits in decision documents. The intent of this is to ensure total benefits of project alternatives are considered, including economic, environmental, and social benefits. There's a lot of details in this 6-page memo, but what we understand is there's going to be a lot of uncertainty around this as we try to implement, because obviously when a new ASA comes in, things could change. But for now, this is the guidance that the Corps has received, which is, I think, positive news overall. But we'll have to see again how things develop with the new appointments as they come in. And then finally, I just wanted to highlight a couple more things. The NFIP, National Flood Insurance Program reauthorization, that is going to expire in September this year. It received bipartisan support the last go around. There's some question whether we will receive that level of support again as they modify some of this policy related to equity and climate change. These issues may hinder the bipartisan support that they received in Congress last time. So we'll keep an eye on it. And then finally, just really briefly, this was something I also was thinking to my attention, that FEMA is proposing to change the way the public assistance program in which states can, the threshold in which states can ask for public assistance. So we're analyzing that and seeing if that's something else we want to weigh in as well.
Yes.
Yes, right. Thank you, Vice President Dolan. Next slide, please, Ryan. And then recently, I just wanted to make all of you aware, we've been working with the Resources Agency, coordinating with them. They are coordinating with all departments within the agency to see who is engaging with the federal government and what they're engaging on, and which departments and agencies at the federal level they're engaging in, just so they can be apprised. Secretary Crowfoot mentioned they're not looking to be gatekeepers, but they just want to be informed which obviously is perfectly reasonable. And we just wanted you to be aware, these are some general things that we provided to them. Topics of Section 408, permitting, Public Law 8499, eligibility, operations and maintenance of the state plan of flood control, and then of course, flood risk reduction projects. These are things that we hope to engage in the Army Corps, Office of Management and Budget, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and any other federal agencies that would be applicable at that time. Next slide, please, Ryan. And that's it. I know it's a lot, but I just try to keep it brief. I'll take any questions if you have any.
Mr. President, it looked like Vice President Dolan had her hand up on the chat.
Okay, Jane, please.
I do. Thank you for that. And I assume you'll send us your PowerPoint,
Yes.
which is great. I appreciated your memo. And you gave us information on Hansville, Portofino's proposed bond, the ACA one, which I would say good luck, good idea. And then Cooper's bill, but not the one for Garcia, 1,500 for the bond.
Yes.
And
I'll
do
get it to you.
you know if there's any co-authors for this, or is this something like thrown out for discussion in the legislature from some next bond, or?
I don't know, Vice President Dolan, but I did speak with Pablo Garcia today on the Assembly Wildlife and Parks Committee, and we're going to be meeting about Senate Bill 1500. I will find out.
Right. Yeah, I think everybody wants one, but nobody wants to vote for it. They want more money, but yeah, it's going to be a challenging time to get what is necessary. I could see that. So I'm assuming that you will be, or someone will be coordinating what the board staff wants to respond to regarding the engineering circular.
Apologize that I'm not sure I understood your question. Stephanie, reporting with who?
The Corps is releasing a levee safety engineering circular. Are we going
Yes.
to respond, or just?
We actually, thank you for that. We actually provided input in the first release. We had a personal meeting with the Corps, which was very good. And yes, we will provide input. And as this goes into the 2-year period, there's a wider time frame there for us to provide ongoing input as we see how things roll out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Darren, just one question on Cooper's AB 29 72-hour notice for our notice goes out 10 days before, doesn't it?
Yes.
The agenda, but the materials, the board materials that you receive, you actually get them pretty early. This is in response to the Assembly members have been having some dealings with the CARB, the California Air Resources Board. They've been having challenges in getting detailed documents before hearings. And so it's not, but of course, policy applies broadly. So I don't think this board, it will be that much have much effect on this board, because you receive your items well in advance, I would say.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Leslie, as far as I know, we're in compliance with this by far, aren't we?
You are, for the most part. We do try to get everything out to you a week in advance, and we make that available to everyone on our list as well. There are some items, however, that we hold back deliberately, such as the EO report that you tend to receive 1 or 2 days in advance, because we like to have as much updated information, and things are happening right up to the day of the meeting. So there'll be, we would have to cut that off sooner or figure out another way to get that information to the board. Perhaps that would have to come after the board meeting. So we would need to make some modifications to ensure that all the materials were available 72 hours in advance.
Okay.
The nuance there too, President Edgar, is that it also stipulates or when provided to the board members, whichever earlier. Therefore, if we provide you with things a week in advance, then it should be made available to the public a week in advance. So we would just adjust in that regard.
If this were to pass, and I think that we are substantially comply already, but there are some things that we get, but they're informational. The executive officer's report is informational. There's nothing in there that we're asked to act on. It's like, here's the status here, and then we can communicate. So we may want to adopt a policy indicating our compliance, and that anything that is an action item or input toward an action item will be released. But there may very well be information.
Thank you,
Vice
President.
President. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's maybe something we want to consider providing input to the Assembly member too. Perhaps that could be clarified in their legislation.
Well, we can write and tell them what good scouts we are.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions on the legislative report? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Let's proceed to item 8, which is our standard item. Members are from the Corps of Engineers. We do not have any items this morning from the Corps. So we're moved to item 9, which is Department of Water Resources. And under item 9A, Steve Rothert, Chief of the Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives, has submitted his written monthly report for the Department of Water Resources for the board's review. Steve, if you don't mind, after your initial presentation, if you don't mind, I'd like you to introduce Mary and with any introductory remarks you want to make under item 9B, and then proceed under item 9C in a similar way. Just make whatever introductory remarks you want to make and introduce Jennifer Stewart of our board staff and Lori Price of your staff to talk about the tribal engagement that you're now involved with. We'll be taking a break right after 9B and before 9D because we understand 9D will be an extensive presentation, if you don't mind. Steve, I'll turn it over to you now.
Steve, if you're talking, we can't hear you. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Where is he?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
And no.
No.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Steve.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. So starting again, thank you, President Edgar and members of the board for the opportunity to give this update and introduce the other folks who will be presenting and providing different parts of the update. And I think I've just successfully turned on my camera. So I want to, next slide, Ryan, I want to talk about 4 things today. The progress on the update to the CVFPB that we have made over the last month, and an update to the tribal engagement, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers projects that we're collaborating with them on the Central Valley and the San Joaquin Basin flood planning effort. So as you'll hear, next slide, please. As you'll hear from Mary Jimenez in a moment, who's going to provide a pretty extensive update on a number of aspects of the planning process that we are undertaking, from Floodmar to in Merced area, all the way up to the Tisdale-Sutter bypass. A couple of them that I'm particularly interested in hearing about are the forecast coordinated operations and forecast informed reservoir operations, multi-benefit recharge opportunities, updates on the regional flood management planning processes, and the projects and priorities that the RFMP groups are developing, and a variety of other important progress. Next slide. And then we will hear from Jennifer Stewart and Lori Price, as you mentioned, President Edgar, on an update to the tribal engagement that DWR and Flood Board staff are engaging in together. And I am particularly interested in this topic. I think it's a really important topic that is gaining traction with our agencies and increasing engagement with the tribal representatives across the state. We've had one really good opening meeting with dozens of tribal representatives this month, and then we plan to have one early next month to follow up. And there are 2 points that I think are important in this work, and one is that contrary to past updates of the flood plan, where the tribes have been provided an opportunity to review the environmental documents related to the flood plan, but not the plan itself, we will be, and we might have even started to make, or not yet, but we will be making the flood plan available, draft flood plan available to the tribes for review of the plan itself. So providing them an opportunity to engage earlier on the substantive addition to the review of the environmental document. And the second item that I think is important is that they have made, as folks will remember, there were a number of requests that were made in the 2017 update process that DWR and the board weren't able to really consider fully and address and respond to, and we're getting back to those issues now, and a number of them relate to expanding the tribes' opportunities to participate in the development and implementation of projects and provide additional information to the planners in those projects. So those are 2 things that I'm interested in hearing about and pursuing in my role as the Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives. Next slide. So
Steve,
we'll be hearing, I guess, after.
Steve, while you're talking about the tribal involvement, I want to make it clear that we made also a commitment to the tribes at the close of the update to the plan that occasionally they would come to the board with a status report or an update to make sure that we begin to know them a little better than we do now on a personal basis and engage them personally before we start asking them for some things. And please make sure that that initiative is somewhere in your program and plan to do, because we as a board made a personal commitment that we would do that. And Mary Jane Griego, for example, has been very concerned about that issue. She has extensive experience with the tribes in Yuba County. So just don't forget that, please. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point, President Edgar. And I think you made that point very clearly and well in the previous meeting. And I know we are committed to following up on that and figuring out just how best to do that. Of course, working with them to make that plan. So stay tuned on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course. So the next item, which I think we'll hear about after our break, relates to Army Corps of Engineers projects in the Central Valley. And Todd Bernardi and I think we'll be giving, Todd will be giving an update on the Corps' projects in the Central Valley. And because of the complex and expansive nature of projects throughout the Valley, Todd has prepared a report on the Corps Central Valley projects, which I believe you received, and it discusses the 10 districts, 10 urban areas within the district in the Central Valley protected by the state plan of flood control and core projects. And the state and local agencies, DWR and others, have been engaging with the Corps quite a lot on this work, and we'll hear more about that from Todd after the break. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to also mention the work that many of us at the board and DWR have been engaged in developing the San Joaquin Basin Flood Plan or Master Plan, and we still haven't figured out exactly what to call it. So I wanted to just talk about quickly the consultation with the key partners, some of the issues that are under discussion, and then what the next steps are. And so, of course, you'll remember that we had an initial broad stakeholder meeting in December, and then over January and February, with the great leadership of Jenny Marr at DWR, we've held, I've lost count, but I think it's close to 10 meetings with stakeholders throughout the San Joaquin Valley and those related, of course, including the Flood Board and with President Tim Ramirez. We've also met with the Lower San Joaquin, RFMP group, Mid San Joaquin, and the Upper San Joaquin RFMP groups, and the San Joaquin Valley Water Collaborative Action Program, which is a stakeholder collaborative effort focused on a variety of water issues in the Central Valley and the San Joaquin Valley in particular, as well as conservation groups. So we're trying to get feedback on the draft plan that DWR staff had developed to guide this San Joaquin Basin planning process that is really in response to the Water Resiliency Portfolio Action 25.4. And we heard a number of important pieces of feedback from the stakeholders, including flood board members. And I think there was a strong consensus that the approach needs to be more flood focused. It needs to be action oriented and not just a plan that sits on the shelf. And it needs to be integrative, but not to the extent that it bogs down the planning and action that we hope to bring about through this effort. And so 3 of the key issues that we are that we've been talking a lot about with the stakeholders and considering amongst ourselves are the geographic scope, and we've heard quite a lot that there are opportunities to address flood management issues that go beyond the state plan of flood control boundaries, and so we should be considering those opportunities and also the inputs, of course. And then the question of how best grade the other water sector with the flood management focus of this effort. So groundwater recharge, reservoir reoperation, and quality, et cetera. And we had DWR, that is, had originally evenly balanced, integrated framework for the plan, but were clearly from the stakeholders, including from the flood board folks on flood first, and that's the frame that we're using as we develop the next version of the plan under 25.4 that we'll be sharing with you and others. And then another question that I think came up in particular with you, President Edgar, and with Board Member Ramirez about what we should accomplish before or in time to include in the 2022 update, and what work could be done afterward. And, you know, we're talking with the team working on the plan, they reminded me that the schedule has us developing a draft for limited circulation and review and comment, including, of course, to board members and other key stakeholders by August. So that really gives us just about 6 months to advance this San Joaquin Basin plan in order to incorporate it into the flood plan. Of course, over the year plus between August of 21 and adoption by the end of 22, there's a lot of time to refine and add, but we won't have, in our view, it's not likely that we could have a full, robust, rigorous plan with lots of specificity by August. And so we want to talk with you, President Edgar and Tim and other board members and staff about just how to that we're looking at right now. So this is all these stakeholder meetings and discussions internally and revisions to the plan that is all leading up to another broader stakeholder like the one that we held in December in March. We haven't got that on the schedule yet, but I think that's our next step. We'll be huddling next week internally to really digest all the good feedback that we got from the numerous meetings we've held, revise the plan, and then schedule sending it back out, and then another discussion opportunity for mid-March. So that's where that effort is. And I think that was the last substantive topic that I wanted to address. So I'll just pause there. And we could go to the next. Oh yeah, you have. Thanks, Ryan. So that's what I had for the board and other viewers today. And I'm happy to answer any questions or discuss anything that you'd like before handing it over to Mayor Jimenez.
Steve, this is Bill Edgar again. I think it would be helpful if we didn't call the San Joaquin Basin, whatever it is, a plan. I think the word plan is a non-starter for somebody's, and it begins to create a negative where we don't have to have one. Something like the San Joaquin Basin Project Implementation Strategy or something like that would I think conform to what the stakeholders are wanting to be. And the other thing that I just want to make sure you understand is that whatever you may think or want or happen, projects are going to be implemented anyway. They're right now there are stakeholders and groups in the San Joaquin Valley who are working directly with the Corps and are going to implement projects. And we don't want this to be a plan that is approved or adopted or becomes part after all of these projects are being adopted. We want to direct those projects as best we can and make sure that they proceed, make sure that they fit in to what our strategy is, and that is connecting the dots and making sure that in those areas where we have some public safety issues that we address them, because right now they're being addressed by the Corps and the local stakeholders, and we're being ignored. And that reminds me of so many of the plans we do in local government. By the time you get around to approve the plan, it's all done. It's all done. And we need to, I mean, if we have some policy implementation here, we want to get it, we want to do it now, but it's all got to be based on implementation, because they're whether you like it or not, they're being done now. They're going around us because we're taking too much time. And so that just be my comments. And I know I know the planners hate that. They just, I can see Mary, she's probably, and Michael Misra is probably just frothing at the mouth. I get that. But you know, if we don't do that, everything's going to be implemented, and we'll come across with a plan, which will be a compilation of what's been done, and that's That's kind of silly. Anyway, just a few
Agreed.
comments on that.
Yeah, thank you. I take your point. I'll just be clear that I've seen no evidence of frothing, some chomping at the bit for sure. And I think we're all in agreement that we really want to move this forward as quickly as possible and have it promote action and promote implementation, given the urgency of the need. And so are on the same page on that. We heard that very clearly from all the stakeholders that we've been talking to. So
Okay, that's great because
emphasizing that important point.
Yeah, there really are some serious public safety issues down there, and I think the state, at least I do, we want to be in a posture of assisting, helping with these critical public safety issues, and expanding our scope to make sure that all these other interests are taken into consideration: environmental restoration, multi-benefit, and so on. Which, of course, you're more adept to that than I am. So anyway, thank you for that. Are there any other questions for Steve before we proceed to Mary?
Yes, Mr. President. Jane Dolan.
Yes.
First of all, Steve, if you would let me know that last slide, it says questions, the location of that beautiful photo, I'd appreciate that. But second, I think you probably saw a lot of nodding of heads as our president spoke. So I just wanted to emphasize that his concerns are ours, and you have heard those. The last two, the initial plan and the first update, just always spoke to creating a plan. So I think this one really needs to have a definition of the efforts toward implementing projects, identifying necessary projects, assuring that there's coordination of the implementation, the connection of all the projects that are necessary in San Joaquin beyond what's necessary in the flood plan. And then, of course, there's pretty immense and sad economic justice issues that have remained unaddressed for a century. And they exist everywhere. But I think when it comes to water and improvement in the environment, it is particularly egregious in the San Joaquin. So those, yes, people's lives and property need to be safe, and they're not. But people's livelihood and just living needs to be improved as well. So thank you for your effort. I know you know that. I just really felt the need to emphasize.
Thank you, Jane.
I
Any
appreciate, yeah. Board member Dolan just asked where the picture was from, and I'm being informed real time by Greg Farley that it's a picture of the San Joaquin River near or at Lost Lake Park near Friant, and it was provided by the San Joaquin River Conservancy. And Board member Dolan, I would, if you haven't looked into the San Joaquin Valley Water Collaborative Action Program, I would encourage you, and you're nodding your head. Okay, so you know that they're really trying to incorporate those environmental justice and access to and affordability of clean water in a really meaningful way, and have brought on very important community members and folks involved in advocating for improved access for the communities in the San Joaquin Valley. So appreciate that comment. Thank you.
And I hope that they're given the support that they need to do their work.
Yeah.
Mr. President, Board Member Ramirez had a comment.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Tim?
Thanks, Bill. Not that Steve needs to be defended, but in support of his efforts, I just wanted to let everybody else know, I know, Bill, that you're aware of this, what they're doing and trying to pull together very quickly for the San Joaquin is very much something that we asked them to work on with us, and they're doing that. And I wanted to acknowledge that. Mary, our folks, Ruth, board staff, a lot of people are not trying to make it more complicated. I think we're trying to really highlight the gap that needs to be closed because the San Joaquin is so far behind and also the good things that have happened so that we could bring more resources to the area and get more of this work done. So whatever we call it, I think the intention is to make sure that we expedite the schedule and do more quickly, because there's opportunity. I think we need a little bit more help and some more funding, and also to let some of these projects shine that we've highlighted in the past, and so we can really build on that foundation. So more to come, but I wanted to make sure we thank Steve and his folks for helping us, and also Leslie and Michael and Ruth and the board staff that are working with them.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Tim. And with your permission, President Edgar, I just also want to mention, in addition to Jenny Marr and Mary Jimenez, Greg Farley on the DWR staff who've been leading this effort, along with all the great help and co-leadership we've been getting from board staff and board members. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments for Steve or questions?
President, I do have the Executive Director of the San Joaquin River Conservancy with us today, John Shelton, and he wanted to make a comment to the board at this time.
Yeah, good morning. So not everybody's familiar with the Conservancy. We are a state agency, and our area of concern is what you guys refer to as the Upper San Joaquin, between Friant and Highway 99. But my career with Department of Water Resources, Department of Fish and Wildlife, and CalFed have done a lot with the whole river and with flood control issues. And I just wanted to reiterate what Steve has been saying, is that he and his team have reached out to me. At the same time, Leslie and her team have reached out to me, and I've even had river partners and some of the environmental groups reach out to me and say, let's get more activation of the stakeholders that are working on this process. And although I think some of the earlier work, there was a pretty valiant effort to get stakeholders involved, I think the time is even better now because there's much more people looking at what's going on the San Joaquin. Not just those folks who have ties with the Corps of Engineers and some of the local sponsors. There's other folks that are very interested in what's going on, some of which would be very supportive, others that may have issues and stuff, but I think the process needs, it's onto a good start, and I think we're working through it pretty well.
Great, thank you, appreciate that. Are we ready to move on with Mary, Steve, when you're ready?
We are ready to move on to Mary. Thank you. Mary? Let me just...
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Thank you, Mary.
Very good. Thank you. Sorry for the lag on my end. Good morning, President Edgar. Good morning, members of the board. This is Mary Jimenez with the Department of Water Resources. I'm happy to follow up the robust discussion with Steve Rothard and you all, and move forward on the focus of our update on the 2022 flood plan update this morning. Next slide, please. An overview of my presentation today. I have quite a bit of content, but I'll try to make sure to pause periodically for questions and comments. I'll provide a brief overview of where we've been. So those are the three topics that I presented last to the board in December, if you recognize them. An overview of the Merced River Flood-Mar Reconnaissance Study, and Flood-Mar is Flood Managed Aquifer Recharge. We had an overview of the Tisdale-Sutter Bypass Multi-Benefit Planning Effort and an update on development of the conservation strategy. Spend a little more time focused on where we are, some description of our efforts on flood forecast coordinated operations and forecast informed reservoir operations, multi-benefit recharge, provide an update on our regional flood management planning efforts, and touch on Water Resilience Portfolio Action 25.4 engagement, which of course we just spoke about a few minutes ago, but I'll have an update on that as well. And then lastly, at the end, I always like to have a nod to where we're going and future topics under development for the flood plan and engagement with the board and our partners on alignment with other state efforts. The water resilience portfolio is, of course, one of them. Continued progress and updates with the RFMPs, future updates on the conservation strategy, and performance tracking and outcome-based planning as one of the other central themes to this plan update. Next slide, please. Where we've been. Next slide. Thank you. Next slide, please. So back in December, I gave a summary presentation of our Merced River Flood-Mar reconnaissance study being conducted out of our Division of Planning, along with our local partners around Merced. It is a proof of concept study to investigate flood-mar concepts at a watershed scale, using integrated watershed modeling to assess for multiple benefits. It incorporates a decision scaling approach to climate change analysis. And it's really meant to be a template for future studies to document the process, results, and lessons learned from this study in order to inform future studies and projects. Next slide, please. The metrics framework in the study selects key model results generated using an integrated tool set to evaluate basin-wide performance in the categories of flood risk reduction, water supply for both surface and groundwater, and ecosystem enhancement. Next slide, please. So last month also had an overview of Tisdale-Sutter bypass planning. Thank you very much. We reminded the board that we are moving forward we have moved forward from the recommendations made in 2017 flood plan in this region. And those recommendations are summarized on the slide. We had recommended further study of the Feather River Sutter bypass region in close coordination and collaboration with our local and regional partners. We'd also recommended upgrade and modification of Colusa and Tisdale weirs, continued investment in rural agricultural levees, and continuing to fund regional flood management planning efforts as resources allow. Next slide, please. And so since 2017, work has been ongoing. The DWR's Flood Maintenance Office is leading a proposed Tisdale weir rehabilitation and fish passage project. FMO also completed a sediment removal project late last year in the Tisdale bypass. And we are continuing to support ongoing maintenance, data gathering, and science programs. As you're aware of, DWR also has provided funding for the RFMPs for this go-round, including funding specifically to support a Tisdale-Sutter Flood and Multi-Benefit Management Plan being led by Reclamation District 1500 through the Mid and Upper Sacramento River RFMP. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And so back in December, we had recently received draft recommendations from the advisory committee that was to inform early development of the conservation strategy update and 2022 flood plan. It was well appreciated to receive it at that time to keep us on track to meet our aggressive schedule in 2021 and 2022. So since then, work has continued to progress well through January and February. DWR is currently conducting an internal review of our first working draft of the conservation strategy. And we're considering updated recommendations that we received from the advisory committee in order to produce future drafts of the conservation strategy and CVFPB as we move into 2021. Next slide, please. So back in December, I shared these draft recommendations that had come to us at the time. The permitting subgroup's efforts have been focused on including developed recommendations that would make the permitting processes for multi-benefit projects more efficient and transparent for all parties involved. This includes emphasizing the need for early coordination amongst all stakeholders and regulatory entities, as well as standardizing the permitting processes and mitigation requirements for multi-benefit projects. Performance tracking subgroup has developed recommendations in a draft form that would produce practical tools that could be accessible and usable by DWR and our partners to identify the amount of available habitat in various categories and assembling suitable habitat quantity and quality thresholds. Next slide, please. The multi-benefit project implementation subgroup provided draft recommendations that included a development of an RFMP guidance template to address legislative and funding needs for long-term O&M, and those recommendations have been updated in January. Cross-cutting themes were also identified and listed as topics that should be addressed by the advisory committee as a whole, kind of outside of the individual subgroups in the advisory committee. And so the three cross-cutting themes are listed here on the slide: focus on environmental justice, funding, and the complexities of mitigation versus upland. Next slide. So before I move on to the rest of the presentation, I wanted to pause for any questions or comments on the where we've been content. Okay. If folks are ready, I'll move on then. Okay, so pleased today to be focused on the next chunk of content supporting our flood plan update. So I'm going to highlight some information on forecast coordinated operations and forecast informed operations. First, let's the next slide, please. So after the 1997 floods, DWR, Yuba Water Agency, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers initiated studies to reduce flood risk along the Yuba and Feather Rivers. Forecast coordinated operations was identified as a beneficial non-structural program that would help reduce downstream peak flows for improved forecasting and coordinated flood releases. That program has since been expanded, so the San Joaquin River Basin has initiated use of flood FCO as of 2010. Next slide, please. Currently under the leadership of John Patch and Jeremy Hill in the Division of Flood Management, the FCO program has made significant accomplishments in recent years. They have improved real-time data collection and runoff forecasting, further developed decision support systems for coordinated reservoir operations with our partners, enhanced communication protocols, and are conducting annual FCO training exercises, and really work to strengthen these vital partnerships throughout the valley with reservoir operations. Next slide, please. Forecast informed reservoir operations is a reservoir operations strategy that is used to inform decisions to retain or release water. It adds flexibility in operating rules that yield multiple benefits to both water supply and flood management. Case examples at Lake Mendocino and Folsom Dam have individually demonstrated these benefits already in recent years. Next slide, please. So along with FCO, the FIRO program, Forecast Informed Reservoir Operations, has made some of the following accomplishments. The Division of Flood Management conducts 7 annual FIRO workshops with our partners. I acknowledged already that it's been implemented successfully at Folsom Dam in the Central Valley. And it's also a component of the Merced River Floodmar Reconnaissance Study I touched on earlier in the presentation, and that I'll touch on again moving forward in the presentation. So really exciting integration between the different divisions at DWR and our different efforts. Next slide, please. So moving forward into the next segment of related content on multi-benefit recharge. Multi-benefit recharge projects generally are projects that can provide multiple benefits. And so what I mean by generally is more than one benefit, and not any specific to any one category. Floodmar projects are an example of multi-benefit recharge projects as being studied in the Floodmar Reconnaissance Study that particularly include flood risk reduction benefits as one of those multiple benefits. DWR's Division of Planning is partnering with the Nature Conservancy in the Sacramento Valley on some demonstration projects that I'll touch on more in a minute. They are also scoping demonstration projects in the San Joaquin Valley with river partners and for further studies to quantify groundwater recharge on floodplains and how that can be done. So some really exciting work. So as described earlier in the presentation, the Merced River Floodmar Reconnaissance Study is exploring floodmar projects for multiple benefits. And one of those important benefits is flood risk reduction. Forecast informed reservoir operations is one of the strategies being explored in the study to enhance those flood risk reduction benefits. As of now, the level 1 study is complete and work is continuing towards level 2 and 3. And we intend to use this supporting study as far as we can move it along to support this 2022 flood plan update. Next slide, please. So DWR, as I mentioned, we are partnering with the Nature Conservancy in the Sacramento Valley. And I'm working with groundwater sustainability agencies, otherwise known as GSAs, and landowners in Yolo, Colusa, Glenn, and Tehama counties to identify specific demonstration project sites for 2021 and 2022. These demonstration projects will seek to quantify benefits to habitat creation, and in this case, specifically for migratory shorebirds, to groundwater recharge and flood risk reduction in those areas. So really moving the ball on multi-benefit approaches and concepts. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, our Division of Planning is also initiating scoping discussions with river partners in the San Joaquin to quantify floodplain recharge using conservation strategy tools. Specifically, the FROA tool. So if you've heard of that, that is the Floodplain Restoration Opportunities Analysis in the conservation strategy. And our FIP tool, Floodplain Inundation Potential, FIP. And so it's a great collaboration between staff on my team in the Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives under the leadership of David Martasian on Division of Planning and River Partners. So just initiating these scoping discussions now and excited to see this work move forward. Next step, please, or next slide, please. So I can pause now before moving to the RFMP update if there's any specific questions on I just covered.
I have a question.
On the
I do.
Mary, on the issue of reservoir reoperations, what reservoirs are you looking at this point for possible reoperation?
So the Merced study is focused on reoperating the Merced River watershed. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Lake McClure on the Merced.
Okay. And that's the only one?
That's the one involved in that study, yes.
There are no other reservoirs you're looking at for reoperation? I think Joe was interested in possibly looking at some of the other reservoirs. Did you get his comment on that? That wasn't at this meeting. That was at another meeting.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I didn't see it at this meeting. Sorry.
Yeah, Joe, did you?
Well, I mean, the prime one was already noted in the last plan update of the potential new Don Pedro.
Mm-hmm.
Substantial flood reduction benefits are possible there if a combination of changing downstream channel capacity and reoperation of the reservoir has tremendous potential flood benefits. So I assume that's still in the mix.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, to make sure that his comments were included somewhere along the way here. You had another one, Joe, in addition to New Don Pedro. Was Exchequer another one, or what was?
Yeah, that's on the Merced Exchequer.
Okay.
Exchequer Lake McClure.
Yeah. Okay, that's the one I'm thinking of. Okay. All right. Just as long as his comments were covered, that's great. Okay. Thank you.
I have another question. Can I ask?
Oh, of course.
How are you? What process are you going to go through to evaluate the groundwater recharge benefits? Are you going to put wells? I don't understand. How do you document what that benefit is?
So I understand that the team and some of these demonstration projects are collaborating with kind of UC Davis and some other partners involved in trying to quantify and track the groundwater contributions.
Yeah, because once it's in the ground, you have a problem with migration and all kinds of things. Maybe can the future, you could have people that are trying to formulate that come in and explain what they're doing. Because it's not like you put water in a reservoir, right? And you take it out when you want. The water moves. So anyway, thanks.
I agree, Board Member Countryman. I think it's pretty complex.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jane.
Yes, please, Jane.
Thank you, Chief Jimenez, for your excellent presentations as always. It's cogent and I like your PowerPoints. I will admit that when I saw the agenda that said multi-benefit recharge, I thought there was a punctuation problem. So now it appears that we have a new program definition or name or concept. And so you're taking multi-benefit and saying that you're specifically going to look at recharge multi-benefit, or the multi-benefit of recharge. Is that it? So it's kind of, it just seemed like a new point, further defining a focused multi-benefit. I just thought there should have been a comma in there at first, but now that I see your PowerPoint, I see you're really focusing on it. And I will just boast for my county. In the 1980s, there was a lot of concern about interference with well development. And so we created a Department of Water and Resource Conservation, and we worked with the Northern Region Office of DWR and their hydrology division, and did millions of dollars in 12 years of analysis of how our groundwater is recharged. So it's been extremely beneficial with the work of the GSAs and Sigma. We partnered with Lower Tehama County and Eastern Glen because the groundwater, of course, is in the valley, not in the mountains. And so just some excellent work there. And it's there. We determined, at least for that portion of the Upper Sacramento Valley, where the recharge does and can occur. Number one, of course, is the river. Big surprise, right? But there are other things as well. And we determine it's not urban stormwater or agriculture runoff at all because of the detriment to water quality. So just want to give those two things. So thanks for your report. Always appreciated to know what's going on.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I'd just like to thank the chief for the presentation, and I can't say enough about the forecasted operation. After the 86, 87 high water time, Kurt Akins from the Yuba Water Agency was starting to work with the Department of Water Resources along with the other reservoir operators. And before that, what would happen is when there was high water on the Feather, it would back up the Yuba, which would back up the creeks, which would back up, the ditches. And, there was a point where I had to actually take a little boat to get to my car from my front door because of the lack of drainage in the rural communities in the south area of Yuba County. But since that coordinated operation, them being able to let that water go without backing up other systems, it's made a world of difference in the South Yuba County area. So it was a great way to coordinate and talk among the reservoir operators how to discharge that water before this, these storm systems would come in. So it was great planning. I can't say enough about it. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, Mary, let's proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to an update on our regional flood management planning. So since I was in front of the board in December, we've continued to meet monthly with all 6 regional flood management planning groups on a series of region-specific deliverables and discussing a variety of related topics. There's been a great effort put forth by the 6 RFMPs already to meet our aggressive plan development schedule that was established. And we're very appreciative of their continued coordination with our DWR team and the flood board, as well as their timeliness in providing deliverables to provide this important content for the flood plan. Next slide, please. In January and February, we have continued to provide space for discussion on the existing deliverables and have introduced the topic of policy recommendations. So this has included reviewing the status of the recommendations we made in 2017 and beginning to collect regional priorities for informed recommendations in 2022. In March, we were excited to be introducing performance tracking indicators and metrics into these discussions. And we'll also be organizing a joint March coordinating committee presentation amongst all 6 regions to discuss perspectives on the RFMP process to date and the regional priorities. So I'm looking forward to a really good dialogue at the coordinating committee in March. Next slide, please. So near-term deliverables from the RFMPs are directly feeding into our developmental flood plan. The priorities white papers that we've received are informing chapters 2 and 3 specifically of the 2022 plan. And those are articulating regional accomplishments, challenges, and priorities for the next cycle of planning. And the project portfolio and OMRR&R, operations, maintenance, repair, rehabilitation, and replacement unit costs, more specifically, are helping us develop important cost and funding information to feed into Chapter 4. Next slide, please. So I have a brief update this morning on the engagement for Water Resilience Portfolio Action 25.4. So I won't spend too much time on it other than to acknowledge that I really appreciated the discussion between Steve Rothert and the board on this already, but I'll try to touch on it briefly. Next slide, please. So Water Resilience Portfolio Action 25.4 specifically is a governor's priority to update and refine the regional flood management strategy in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan to account for the projected impacts of climate change along the San Joaquin River and its tributaries. So I wanted to make sure I shared that portfolio language verbatim, because if you listen to it, you probably automatically realize that there's a lot of different ways to interpret that. So, but it is what we're working from. So just to kind of reiterate what was a little bit of what was covered earlier, we did, DWR did convene a kickoff meeting in December with representatives from the board and the 3 San Joaquin RFMPs and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife to discuss how to address this action for the governor. Specifically, this included sharing our priorities, opportunities, and challenges related to this action and working towards identifying common ground on what a regional flood management strategy should include. Over the course of February, as Steve Rothert mentioned, our DWR team has completed a series of individual meetings with stakeholder groups to continue to share thoughts on how to address this action. We are looking forward to reconvening the broader stakeholder group in March and presenting findings from those individual conversations this month. So again, pleased to be part of the conversations with the board and our partners on this strategy and how we can address it. Not only in this floodplain update, but looking beyond longer term. I'll pause there in case there's any more questions or comments on how we're moving forward together with Water Resilience Portfolio Action 25.4.
Mary, I think one of the things the resiliency plan is trying to do is to somehow work horizontally across these silos that we have at the state, and so that the local agencies can get a better handle on who's in charge and who they go to for decisions or advice or help or whatever. And that's the consistent thing we're hearing is who's in charge of this project or who's in charge of that project and how do these all fit together. And I think the essence of the resiliency portfolio is to bring all of these silos together and make sure that all these plans ultimately fit together. They're based upon data sets that we all agree on, and they're policy is developed holistically. And the constant feedback, as I say, we get from the locals is how do we determine who's going to be responsible for assisting and making these decisions and balancing all these interests. And I think that's what's the essence of the resiliency portfolio. But the bottom line is that there's just one person there, and that's Nancy Vogel, who's trying to coordinate all these silos. Well, she can't do it. I don't think, unless we address the feasibility of getting to the issue of who's responsible for pulling the silos together, who's the one person, who's the staff person responsible for that, so that the locals can access that person. I don't think we're going to achieve what the governor's hoping to do here, or what the secretary wants to do. And that's just, I don't have an answer for that, but I think that's what the problem is. We have too many silos that are not coordinated, and the local governments are having a hard time, if they've got an issue, determining who's going to own it and take charge of either fixing it or getting consensus or whatever you have to do. And I'm not sure we've got enough staff to help Nancy do that. That's my only concern here. Anybody else have any questions?
I do.
Yeah, Joe.
It's not so much a question as it is a comment. At the coordinating committee meeting, Chris Nudek brought up this concern about funding levels and bond money running out, and where we're going to be, and so forth. And I've been concerned for several years about all the good work that we're doing with the bond money that happens. It's allowed all this coordination and all of this work to go forward. And I haven't seen the numbers or anything, but my sense is that money is about gone. And how do we, if that's true, and maybe I'm wrong, just correct me, but if that's true, how do we sustain moving forward if we don't have funding?
Well, yeah, I think that's a key question, and that's why I think the resiliency portfolio is trying to do is trying to establish priorities across all our silos, Joe. And I don't think we have the capacity to do that, and we're not building it in that I see, because there's obviously going to be a shortage of money.
Would it be possible at some point either to have something sent out or a presentation on what is the status of the money left in the bonds that we've been using to execute the plans and projects going forward? I would just like to know, where we are, because we have a lot of staff. When I say we, I'm talking now about the state of California, have a lot of staff that are working on bond money. And if that runs out, what happens to all that staff? I would like to hear an update, or maybe Leslie can just provide it to me, where we are with the funding from the bonds.
Board Member Kenterman, I believe that there is a state bond accountability website where all of that information is amalgamated, and I will, we don't control any of the bonds, so we don't have that at the ready for you, but I'll certainly look that up and send it out to the board.
Okay, thank you. What about, do we have flood board staff on bond functioning on bond money?
We did, and we had very little of that. So last year or the year before, we switched those positions over to general funding, which does come with some of its own challenges. But at this point, I don't believe that any of our current staff is operating on bond funds. We do have new staff coming on for Prop 68. That's the brand new bond that will be coming on this budget year going forward for the next 3. But the old bonds, we don't have any at this point.
So DWR would be the main impact area. So, okay, thank you. I would appreciate seeing that.
Certainly.
Joe, DWR has also been working to switch their bond-funded employees over to the general fund where it's required. That's been an ongoing effort for the last several years. But that's a real, not so much now, but was a major issue that both the board and the department had. Anyway, okay. Maybe with this new budget person, we can get a better handle on some of this funding issue. But Chris Newdeck raised a good point, and I think we're going to have to somehow deal with that. I haven't quite thought about how we're gonna do that at this point.
Mr. President, I think we're working with Kim Floyd on a presentation on that with the coordinating committee. So probably the next steering committee will work on that with some of the locals.
Oh, good. That'll be helpful. Thanks, Leslie. Okay, any other questions for Mary? Okay, Mary, please proceed. I think you have one more slide in your presentation.
Thank you, President Edgar. That's right. I'm just about done. Next slide, please. So we're looking forward to continued engagement on future CVFPB topics with the board and our partners, focused on continued discussions around alignment with other state efforts, particularly the Water Resilience Portfolio, but also the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act is another important one. Future updates on regional flood management planning as we move forward. The conservation strategy update, that's well underway. And dialogue around performance tracking and outcome-based planning as one of the other foundational themes in the flood plan update. More to come. Thank you very much for having me this morning. Any questions?
Thank you, Mary. That was excellent. Before we proceed with the tribal issued, Steve, do you have any introductory comments you want to make, or have you made those already?
I have made those. I would just say that Lori and Jennifer and Anasita have been doing a fantastic job engaging the tribes and looking for ways to work better together. So I look forward to hearing their report and continuing that work.
Thank you, sir. Lori, I guess you and Jennifer are up at this point.
Yes. Good morning, Board President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, and members of the board. My name is Jennifer Stewart, and I'm Board Environmental Staff. I'm pleased to introduce Lori Price, Senior Environmental Scientist from DWR's Office of System-Wide Multi-Benefit Initiatives. Lori has been working in coordination with board staff on the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update. She will be providing an overview of tribal engagement efforts related to the plan update, including the pre-consultation tribal informational meeting that was hosted by DWR and board staff on February 16th. And with that, I invite Lori to begin her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Good morning, Board President Edgar and members of the board. Next slide, please. First, I wanted to provide some history and show the evolution of tribal engagement for the CVFPP. In 2012, there were no strong state-level laws concerning tribal consultation. CEQA and Public Resources Code provided procedures for identifying and analyzing potential adverse impacts on cultural resources, but that was the extent. However, even in this absence, some advanced tribal outreach was conducted for the 2012 plan, which primarily consisted of staff speaking at meetings of tribal associations. The Natural Resources Agency Tribal Consultation Policy came on the heels of the 2012 plan. Then AB 52 was enacted, which established a protocol for tribal consultation on state projects, and DWR adopted its tribal engagement policy. For the 2017 plan, letters were sent to over 50 tribes affiliated with the planning area, inviting them to consult under these policies. 5 tribes requested consultation. Only one of those tribes provided comments on the 2017 supplemental program EIR. Next slide, please. For the 2022 update, DWR, in coordination with the board, is committed to expanding our coordination with Native American tribes on the CVFPP and conducting a more robust, collaborative, and transparent engagement during the development of the update. Our engagement will include one-on-one engagements in the form of informational meetings and tribe-specific consultation meetings, facilitating tribal engagement at board meetings, and enhanced outreach via a tribal-specific website and facilitating tribal participation in other CVFPP events. These are engagement opportunities that we have identified so far. We are also reaching out to the tribes to hear what they are interested in learning about and how they would like to engage on the CVFPP. Next slide, please. To kick off our tribal engagement on the plan, DWR and the board are hosting pre-consultation informational meetings for all tribes traditionally and culturally affiliated with the CVFPP planning area. The meetings are intended to provide an opportunity for tribal members, DWR, and board leadership and staff to meet, to provide an overview of the 2022 update scope and schedule, to share information on planned engagement, and request recommendations from the tribes to support coordination on the CVFPP. Our first meeting was held on February 16th, and our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, March 2nd. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the 64 tribes that are traditionally and culturally affiliated with the planning area and have been invited to the early engagement meetings. The list includes federally recognized and unrecognized tribes from parts of the Bay Area, Delta, Central Valley, Foothills, and Sierra Nevada. Next slide, please.
Wow.
This slide highlights the 11 tribes that attended the February 16th informational meeting. We hope that this number will grow as we continue our engagement efforts. Next
Lori,
slide,
how many are those? Have you added those up? How many total?
It's 64 tribes total.
64, wow.
And then 11 attended our first meeting.
Great. I didn't realize there were that many.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, it's a lot. Next slide, please. As part of our early engagement, DWR sent an early notification letter of the project to the United Auburn Indian community as an invitation to meet regarding items from the 2017 consultation that necessitated further discussion and were mutually deferred to the consultation for the 2022 update. We have been reviewing the items internally so that new staff working on this update can revisit the requests that were made in 2017 and consider how the items could be addressed. Of course, discussions with the tribe are critically important and necessary to fully address the items, and we hope to meet with UAIC soon. Next slide, please. In April, DWR will mail out consultation letters. Tribes may request to consult under the protocols of AB 52 or DWR's Tribal Engagement Policy and the Natural Resource Agency's Tribal Consultation Policy. Once we receive a request for consultation, Individual meetings will be held with those tribes. And as Steve mentioned earlier, of note is that tribes will be invited to review the admin draft of the 2022 plan when that is available in August of this year. Next slide, please. Another venue that provides an opportunity for tribal engagement on the plan are DWR's program-wide meetings, which are hosted quarterly by the Tribal Policy Office. These meetings include multiple tribes and cover various projects and programs within the department. This venue was used in 2017 as a way to provide information on the CVFPP to the tribes. It could also help with facilitating dialogue in the interim periods between plan updates. Next slide. Next slide, please. Another component of our engagement is to facilitate tribal engagement at board meetings. DWR staff will provide regular updates on the development and implementation of the plan at most monthly board. Oops, sorry, I think it advanced one further. Maybe my computer was being slow. Thank you. So DWR will provide regular updates on the development and implementation of the plan at most monthly public board meetings and some board workshops. We are inviting tribes to attend these meetings to obtain information and provide public comment if they wish to do so. Additionally, DWR staff will assist board staff in facilitating tribal-specific workshops in front of the board, which we hope begins to address the commitment mentioned earlier by Board President Edgar. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you. We also intend to enhance our outreach and information sharing through the creation of a tribal-specific website and email listserv, which will notify tribes directly about open meetings and workshops related to the plan. The website will also serve as a repository of information that will be accessible to tribes at any time, and not just during 5-year updates of the plan. We have begun working with our website development group and expect to have the website online in April of 2021. So as I mentioned before, one of our goals is to conduct a more robust and collaborative tribal engagement beyond the consultation process. What I have presented today is not meant to be an exhaustive list of all of our plan engagement. We are also asking the tribes for their input on how they would like to be involved in this process, and we hope to tailor our engagements to address their input. We see this as a flexible and evolving effort. Thank you for your time. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Lori. That was excellent. Do we have any questions from the board at this point?
Chair.
Mary Jane?
It was mentioned that on March 2nd, that on a Tuesday, that there's going to be a gathering. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? What time, where it's going to be, who's going to be there?
Sure. So that it's a virtual informational meeting, and we invited the 64 tribes that were shown. It's hosted by DWR and the board again, and it's a follow-up to the meeting that we had on February 16th. So it's going to be over Zoom, and we mailed out invitation letters to the tribes that described both meetings back on January 28th. And then we also provided follow-up emails a week in advance of the meetings with the link and the agenda. And so on Tuesday, we will be giving another quick overview of the CVFPP, what it is for any members that weren't able to attend our first meeting. And then we'll be going a bit more into depth about the 2022 themes specifically. So performance tracking, conservation strategy, and climate resilience. And then board staff will be giving a presentation on the new administrative policy on Native American ancestral lands. And then we will be further discussing potential tribal engagement for the plan update.
What time does that meeting start?
Oh, 2:30.
2:30. The reason I
And
asked, I have a meeting with Enterprise Rancheria and their council this afternoon. And so I'm going to make sure that they're aware of this, this Zoom meeting.
Yes, thank you.
Great, thanks.
And if they need the meeting link, I can send you my email and send that to them.
Very good, thank you.
Laurie, do the tribes, do they readily access meetings through Zoom? Are they virtually up to date with all this stuff that's going on?
I'm not aware of the situation of every tribe. And if Anacita's on, maybe she can speak more to it, because beyond the CVFPP, I haven't had many tribal meetings. But I believe that several of them have been able to participate in the virtual format. But I wouldn't be surprised if there are some that don't have the full capabilities.
Through the chair.
We might want to consider kind of a central location for some of them, that maybe use one of their conference rooms or something, and just have someone who is more technologically involved kind of do the Zoom while other people look on around the table. Something like that. If you've got those kind of problems, with 64 groups, that's huge. And maybe Anacita, she probably would know about that, but sometimes that's a way you can reach some of these folks.
In many cases, this is Jane Dolan, in many cases, including in where I live, it's broadband capacity that's the issue, and not the capability of understanding how to use it. So I live in a city. I know how not to show up as a cat. But sometimes when I'm in a meeting, my internet just freezes because of where I'm located.
Well, that'd be all the more reason to maybe have several kind of spots in which these Zoom meetings are kind of broadcast, so that people can go to those. Just a thought. I would think a number of these rural folks would have an issue with that, but.
Correct. Yes, and I understand. Definitely, the internet access is the issue. We were able to get multiple email addresses for each tribe to be able to contact people, and we do plan on emailing out the meeting materials. So we will be sending the PDF and putting together a meeting summary of the meeting. So for members that weren't able to attend, they will at least get those materials. But I do agree, in this virtual world, there's some other solutions maybe we need to consider.
Well, Jane, I don't know, but maybe setting up something like, at City Hall in Chico, or something like that might be reasonable for these people. I don't know.
Yeah, those are actually good ideas if they were allowed. In my area, all city and county public meeting facilities are not open to the public.
Not at all.
Not at all. And they all have varying ways of allowing people to give comment.
Yeah.
Some don't even do what we do, which allow people to participate and put hands up, including my own city. So it's that would not be seen as welcome to the tribes.
Yeah.
The city saying no.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Lori, and thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
At this time, Steve, I think we're going to have a break. Let's take a 15-minute break, please.
That's good. 11:07, 8, 11:10.
11:10 is fine.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're back in session. Steve, we're on item 9D. Do you want to make any introductory comments and introduce Todd maybe?
Sure. Todd Bernard, Division of Flood Management, will masterfully interpret the world of the Army Corps of Engineers and how WR and others are working with them to advance good work. So, Todd, take it away.
Great. Thank you, Steve.
Good morning, Todd.
Good morning, President Edgar, members of the board. I want to thank you for the opportunity here today to share the status of the Central Valley U.S. Army Corps of Engineers projects today in this informational briefing. Again, my name's Todd Bernardi. I'm Chief of the Flood Projects Office. I also have here with me today Corey Lasso. He's Chief of our Flood Risk Reduction Projects Branch. And as we move through this presentation, if we really get stuck, we can reach out and call a friend at the Corps. I believe we have Christine DeChamps that's available for questions. Although I think what we're really going to be able to provide for you today is a really good view from a state perspective. And I don't anticipate really diving into the details where Christine may get involved, but she is here just in case. Before I dive into the presentation itself, I do want to at least provide some background for myself, for those at the board who don't know me or haven't worked with me in the past. I got sort of a really good understanding of how the system reacts to precipitation, how reservoir operations take place when I was Chief of the Flood Operations Center for 2 years. Later, I was intimately involved in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan and the planning process as Chief of the Flood Planning Branch, where I worked on both basin-wide feasibility studies, worked on the CVFPB 2017 update, worked with the regional flood management planning efforts, chartered the O&M work group, and also initiated the Central Valley finance plan or finance strategy. And then later on, I went into implementation. I worked on implementing parts of our system-wide flood risk reduction program, in particular, initiating the Lower Elkhorn Basin Levee Setback Project, also known as Levels. And about 3 years ago, I started focusing my efforts primarily on urban flood risk reduction, and which of course is why I'm here to talk today and really highlight how important it is for our USACE projects to be able to get to that kind of flood risk reduction that we're looking for. I also want to mention that I really feel fortunate to be part of a collaborative team of local, state, and federal partners that are making tangible and significant progress, implementing flood risk reduction improvements that help protect over 1.1 million people and over $100 billion worth of assets in the Central Valley. I also feel fortunate to be part of a suite of large-scale projects that have repeatedly overcome some very difficult milestones, have completed the really hard work of creating alignment, of developing projects that are effective, and have been extremely successful at justifying and securing substantial investments at local, state, and federal levels. It's really truly a special time to be in flood risk reduction implementation here in the Central Valley, and I'm glad to be part of it. So, many of the board members here, I think, are used to participating in the advancement of portions of USACE projects. And you routinely get to see sort of the specifics of an individual project, and you do a little bit of a deep dive into that particular project. And if you think about it, there's 11 projects that we're currently active, basically in design and construction. And those are broken up into at least 10 implementable features. So that's 110 individual parts and pieces that are happening all the time. And I think it's easy to see that one particular project or that part of that project. And if you consider that project, as important as it is just one tree in a forest of projects, what I hope to do here today is to provide the board members here a glimpse of the USACE projects forest that we have. Next slide, please, Ryan. So with that in mind, I want to provide you kind of an overview of what my goals are here today. So we absolutely want to show how USACE projects fit into the CVFPB goals. We want to provide some insight into the progress of the Central Valley USACE projects at a program level. We want to highlight a tool, and this is mostly what Corey's going to be doing, that really can help the board members better understand individual USACE projects during engagements. And those engagements can include things like future meetings, tours, media events, or even board actions. It's meant to serve as a reference tool. And finally, provide a look ahead at USACE project construction activities and board engagements for this year. Next slide, please. So to accomplish those goals, my part of the presentation will show how USACE projects support CVFPB goals. We'll discuss the scope and cost of USACE projects and the people and property they protect. We're going to discuss how the state supports the USACE projects in this effort moving forward. And I'm going to provide an overview of all the Central Valley project status within the civil works process, including an overview of the funding status. And finally discuss the FY 2021 federal appropriations that this program received this year. And then Corey's going to cover the last 3 bullets, which really provide an overview of the 4-page summaries that we included in the status report that was given to you in your board packages, and give a high-level status of the active USACE projects that could be before you here this year. And then provide a summary of those anticipated construction activities this year, finally, with a potential board actions that you would see moving forward. So with that said, this presentation is intended to give the board members a good understanding of USACE projects. I'm a strong believer that understanding comes from interaction. So please feel free to ask questions throughout this presentation. Sometimes I tend to get on a roll. I can talk a lot, but wave your hand and interrupt me to get my attention so I can go back and address those comments and questions as I move through the presentation. Okay, next slide, please. So, oh, sorry, one back. Yeah, let's leave it there. As you're well aware, the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan provides a framework that identifies goals, objectives, priorities, related to reducing flood in the Central Valley. I'm sorry, related to reducing flood risk in the Central Valley. Within the CVFPB, the state system-wide investment approach was developed to prioritize investments based on flood risk, life safety, and ultimately available funds. And that's just the context in which we can approach this. But before I really jump into the CVFPB and the SSIA, I think it's actually important to discuss, at least at a high level, what the USACE civil works process is. I mean, the civil works process and program basically uses a very robust planning process. And what it does through that planning process is evaluate alternatives and determine federal interest. Now, that being said, I want you to make sure that you understand that federal interest means the federal government's assessment of whether they're willing to invest in this. And when they do that, they don't necessarily take into state priorities. They're looking at their own criteria, their own goals when they look at that. But fortunately, the state can influence the formulation of the alternatives that are actually assessed and evaluated in that process. And that's why it's important to understand where state representatives who engage with the Corps and Civil Works process get their priorities and information that they can lean on to ensure the consistency of these projects with the CVFPB during that formulation process. So let's go to the next slide, please. So I think you've seen this chart in the past. I want to make sure you understand this is not intended to show a sequence, but rather to show how multiple and concurrent laws and planning processes provide state representatives with the information that they need to help formulate the alternatives that are within the usage studies, determine consistency with the CVFPP, and confirm that the proposed improvements are not in conflict or limit other types of flood system improvements. And so if we start at the top, we recognize in 2008, the state passed Senate Bill 5, the Central Valley Flood Protection Act of 2008. This bill mandated that the Central Valley create the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. It also required 200-year level protection in our urban areas, that you achieve that by 2025. And in 2005, that plan was adopted, and of course, it needs to be updated every 5 years. Of which, of course, we just saw a presentation earlier about that next plan that's going to be working towards 2022. And of course, this is done to reduce risk for the people and property that are protected by the state plan of flood control. So what we saw out of the CVFPP and highlighted in those bullets is that it said that you must reduce risk in urban areas as an investment. You need to maximize the participation of the federal government and leverage and utilize the state system-wide investment approach, which I will go over here in more depth in a minute. If we go down to that next level, we talk about the basin-wide feasibility studies. What those did is refine the scale and location of CVFPP system-wide improvements. And what came out of that was not only the size and location, but it also gave the folks working on these core projects really good reference materials related to hydrology and hydraulics and achieving resiliency throughout the flood system. Next, the regional flood management planning efforts. This was a state-funded effort that was coordinated with local agencies. And while they prepared their flood management planning efforts, those efforts were used within the core studies themselves to ensure that there was no conflicts with the priorities with the local flood control agencies. And finally, the conservation strategy that you see in that bubble really determined the types and species of habitats that should be considered when developing alternatives for the flood system. And it was, in fact, used in many ways. We created some of the what we call locally preferred plans, and then of course those were looked at and evaluated by the Corps. One good example of where those were used is, for example, in the setback levee in West Sacramento. The kind of habitat and species that were being affected in there were definitely leveraged and used the conservation strategy there. And then finally, as we move into the core feasibility studies, I mean, this really is where those projects that you're used to hearing about were formulated. All the alternatives were looked at. We really worked hard to make sure that they were consistent with the CVFPP goals, and ultimately they determine federal interest, and they are used to authorize projects, and the authorization of those projects eventually go down to the actual implementation, which is that last bullet there, where we leverage federal appropriations to implement those flood risk reduction improvements. So let's talk a little bit about the SSIA. That's the next slide, please, Ron. So the state system-wide investment approach was part of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. It was used to make sure that we had sustainable and integrated flood management in areas that were protected by a state plan of flood control. At an estimated cost of about $17 to $21 billion, the SSIA reflects the state's strategy for modernizing the SPFC facilities by improving levee integrity, expanding flood system capacity, and doing that through multiple means as identified in the CVFPP. And the SSIA is implemented through 5 major programs, which I've listed here for your convenience. You got flood management planning, or floodplain risk management is the next one. I've highlighted the flood risk reduction projects, capital investments, because that's right where our usage projects that I'm covering today fall right within that category. We have flood system operations and maintenance, and finally, flood emergency response. Go to the next slide, please. So within those capital investments I highlighted on the previous slide, there's 4 areas that those capital investments are categorized into. And urban obviously is where we see most of our current focus within the usage projects in the Central Valley. But there's also statewide and small communities and rural. The urban category was defined as a priority investment because of a couple things. One, it's critical to meeting the 200-year level of protection by 2025, as dictated by SB 5. It addresses the highest risk areas first, and it offers the best chance to maximize federal contributions in the near term. And that really means, based on the current criteria that the Corps uses and the current planning process, that really does represent the best opportunity to leverage federal funding. Go to the next slide, please. So I wanted to give you at least a little insight into the SSIA. This was part of the 2012 and 2017 update. What this is demonstrating here is that investments in flood management across all areas of interest should be increased by changing the distribution among them over time as compared to the existing investments. So existing investments are represented here by this sort of gray line that peaks right in the middle. And what you see with the dashed orange line is that both rural and small communities should be investments in those areas should be increased, as well as in system-wide, that those should be increased as well. But if you look, there's also an increase and a recognition of how important our urban areas are. And so the alignment here within this, the distribution that you see here is consistent with continuing to invest as identified in SSIA in our urban areas. Next slide, please. So where are those urban areas? If you're looking at a map here, I've called these the blobs sometimes, but I'll start at the north of the Central Valley here with the Sutter Basin. You can see that that's one of our biggest basins where we would be looking for implementation of usage projects. And then there's Marysville, of course, and then Yuba Basin there just to the right of that. As I move down the valley, you have Woodland and Natomas, and further down, it's labeled American River, but really think about that as the greater Sacramento area within the American River Basin. It includes many core projects like the JFP, the dam raise, American River Common Features, ARCF 2016, South Sac Streams, and several other projects. And then you have West Sacramento just to the left of that. And as you move further down the valley into the San Joaquin Basin, you have the greater Stockton area. Also, it's referred to as the Lower San Joaquin Project, and the RD-17 or Mosdale Tract. And finally, down in the lower right-hand corner of that map, you see Merced. So these are the 10 urban areas that were identified in the CVFPB. And what does that mean? That means they have 10,000 people or more in these areas, and are protected by state plan of flood control facilities. So let's talk about what it would mean to increase that. Advance the slide, please. We have identified with the Corps, this is an estimate because some of these studies are not complete yet, identified roughly $8.3 billion worth of improvements within these areas that look to improve approximately 300 miles of levees. And they're meant to protect about 1.1 million people and over $100 billion of assets and over 550,000 acres of property. And it's important to understand, well, why are we engaging USACE in these? If you could advance the slide, please, Brian. We're engaging, and I know this might be a little bit difficult to read. I couldn't get the font to turn black, but what you see there is by engaging the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers through the Civil Works process, you see that they could be a substantial partner, not only in the design and implementation using their strong expertise and skills, but also in providing a significant portion of the funding that would be necessary to get these done. So if you look, the federal government, we think, has about $5.1 billion that they can provide to these at a state share of $2.3 billion and a local share of about $1 billion through this process. If you could advance the slide, please. I want to give you a bit of a a high level view of kind of where we're at in the process. And I know this stacked bar chart at first seems daunting and difficult to understand, but I'm going to start at the bottom. If you see at the bottom, to date, we've spent collectively about $3.3 billion implementing projects so far. And if you look to the right of what that spent is, you can see the three colors, which will represent local, state, and federal share that has been paid so far. And clearly you can see that that is not a 30, a 60, 27, and 12% cost share to date. It's much greater on the local and state side, much more than their share. And that just means that we have done quite a bit of work advancing projects ahead of the core. If you look at the top of that stacked bar chart where it says remaining, it means there's about $5 billion worth of projects still remaining. Of that, the core has about 3.6 or $3.7 billion still remaining, where state and local, as you can see, are around the $950 million and the $450 million mark. And I'll have a note here that I think is important we'll talk about later, but you can see with that remaining amount how critical and important it was to get the emergency supplemental funding that was enacted as part of the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2018. With $1.8 billion coming towards the Central Valley, you can see what a big difference that would make in that green that's up there. Now, again, this is money that's been spent, not money that's been allocated. So as each group continues to spend the money, that you'll hopefully see that, or you will see that line rise, and those percentages get much closer to what's shown in the bar chart. Finally, from yes, Jane.
Unmute. Do I understand that the upper part that says remaining, that's funds that have been obligated but not appropriated?
No, that's funds that have not been. This is indicating it's supposed to be indicating what projects have been implemented. So this does not account for funds that have been allocated or appropriated or committed. It's funds that have actually gone out the door. So you get a sense of how much has actually been completed based on a dollar metric.
Okay, because the figure seemed kind of low if it was, much more is needed. But
yes,
activities are occurring, but we need to augment them and increase. So thanks. Yeah. Thanks for the clarification.
Todd, on your chart there, does that include your estimate of the money the state owes us in credits? You've done a lot of great work in terms of what the Corps owes us and have credited our early implementation for in terms of what's possible to get back and what isn't. Has that money been estimated somewhere in this?
Yeah. Yes, it is. It's reflected in that $1.3 billion that has been spent. That is really where you see that credit. The non-federal sponsors between the local agencies and DWR went out ahead of the Corps, and that's where you see that credit. That's why that blue bar in the spent is so much higher than what the percentage should actually be. That is where our credits are reflected.
Okay, then is the 3.6 then include? Are you estimated that the Corps will make good on the credits in that group, or is that another chart?
Well, credits don't mean that the Corps is going to pay more money. It just means that we, the state, had paid money ahead of time, and that is reflected in the blue spent category.
Okay.
I am confident, to answer your question, I am confident that the Corps will continue to meet its obligations as it moves through. The question ultimately becomes the timing. How quickly can the Central Valley district continue to be able to get funds to spend down that $3.7 billion?
Yeah, okay. I was under the impression that there was an expiration date on some of this.
There is an expiration date on transfer of excess funds. but the actual work that was done inside each of these basins, there is no expiration date
Okay.
on those in-kind credits.
Okay.
But if you want to transfer in-kind credits from one basin to another, then yes, those need to be transferred by 2025.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. So the next part of this, so I really appreciate the question from Board Member Dolan. This is not accounting for funds that have been appropriate or allocated. These are funds that went out the door to actually implement. And what this reflects at the top is how much more implementation do we need to do? As about $5 billion, and of that, 3.7 is going to be the Corps' financial responsibility in doing that. Now, there is a little chart right in the middle, and that chart reflects of those 300 miles of levee improvements that we've identified, how far have we gotten. We have implemented about 140 miles of improvements with about 160 more to go. So you can see we're reaching roughly the halfway point, and you can see from a cost spent, we're kind of there too. We're reaching about the halfway point. So those two metrics are pretty good metrics to be able to understand the kind of progress we're making as an overall program. All right, so I want to take a little bit of time here to talk about the civil works process. From initiation to completion, it takes a substantial amount of time and effort and resources, and the time between each milestone varies significantly when comparing projects within the civil works process. But to illustrate the length of time the process takes, the civil works major milestones are shown with an average time that was used. And really, it's just an average time. It's really to help give you a sense of the time that it takes to get through the civil works process. This is not a particular project. And in some cases, many of these, the time between milestones can be much, much less, or in some cases, it can be much, much more. But you know, what this ultimately shown is a project that had a letter of intent that was essentially acted upon in 2001. And many times it takes a few years to actually get the federal appropriations, and that's shown in green. In fact, everywhere where you see green on this chart, it is highlighting where federal appropriations are needed to go to the next step. And in this particular case, I think what we show here is that really to move beyond certain milestones, the projects must receive federal appropriations. So one thing I will highlight as well is even after the federal feasibility study is complete, it needs congressional authorization through the Water Resources Act in order to be eligible for construction appropriations. Let me see where that's shown at here. That's shown, say, in 2014. You can see this sample project received its WRDA authorization. And then this example, it took 3 years for it to finally get the appropriations needed to actually move into, in this case, pre-construction engineering design. In this case, it took a few years to get through that, what we call PED, until it actually got its new start in 2019. So if you think about this in the grand scale, from 2014 to 2019, that's 5 years before you actually saw a project move into construction. And then finally, moving from construction, this could take 10 to 15 years to do that. Now, I want to highlight here on these big arrows to the right that there are ample opportunities during both the planning and the construction phase to engage with the Corps at the working level, and they provide, you know, in the planning stage, charrettes and abilities and project delivery team meetings that help us engage into the process. And as it moves into design, especially on the more complicated designs, there's design charrettes that are really leveraged to make sure that we have a chance to share our priorities as a state and engage into their process. But if you look at from the beginning to the end, what you see here is even with construction substantially complete, in 2030, there can still be as much as 10 years after a project's construction is substantially complete to make it through the finalization of the O&M manual, to sign those assurance agreements, and ultimately get through the mitigation monitoring. And if you look at that time scale, that 40 years, I think it's an important, I've said this before, but I'll say it again, is that if you're talking about a 40-year process on a single project, it really means that typically the team members that began this project are different from those at the end of the project. In each of the local, state, and federal agencies, that is a highly likely scenario that people are going to be different. There's another thing that is probably important to notice, and that's that policy drivers and priorities could change over that span of these timeframes. However, the project purpose and the objectives included in that original congressional authorization cannot be changed without reinitiating the civil works process. So it's just an important note that, if you want to incorporate new objectives, such as multi-benefit, or you want to make sure climate change is addressed in the designs, you can't add those objectives if they were not included in the original authorization. So the other thing I'll point out by this is just how important it is, and a key to success and influencing these projects and keeping project continuity, and making sure that the scope remains clear, is that you have to be engaged in this process. You have to stay engaged in order to make it successful. Let's go on to the next slide.
So Todd, on the project itself, on the scope, you can't change it, but you can amend the cost though, right? Because we've done that a couple times.
Yes, there are. If you go back, Ryan, that'd be great. Yes, so when you finish, if we look here in 2010, there was a chief's report in this particular case.
Okay.
That chief's report had a very specific goals and objectives that were associated with that chief's report that when it was recommended for authorization. It included the type like hydrology and hydraulics, the objectives that were associated with that project. And in that authority, it's very specific as to what is included and what was not included as they assess that project. You can't change those objectives. Having said that, those projects are still at a feasibility level. They still have to go through design. So there's still more investigations that happen at the design level. You have to detail out the parts and pieces of a specific project. And while that's happening, you're right, you'll find efficiencies that you can leverage. You'll find costs that may go up. And most of these projects have limits. They call them the 902 limits that make sure that you can't exorbitantly go over the cost. And you can't do things beyond what was authorized in that study and approved by Congress.
So generally speaking, you're wedded to the scope of the project, although you're allowed to make adjustments as you go from preliminary feasibility design to actual preliminary design onto construction, but you can't really change the scope substantially once it's authorized.
Right. Well, you can. You just got to start over. You got to start back in 2001.
Yeah. No, that's what I mean. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So there is a mechanism. It can take just as long, but you can go through a post-authorization change report called a PACR, or you can do a general reevaluation report or a GRR. But again, those processes they follow the civil works process. So you can make changes, but it's going to take a significant amount of time and effort to make those.
We went through a general revision on the American River project, didn't we?
Yeah, and you know, and they're basically synonymous with doing a feasibility study. I mean, it's the same 6-step process.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the next slide. Unless there's more questions from other board members on this this is a really good discussion. I think it's important to understand this process. Okay, great. So let's talk about the significant amount of work and commitment from the non-federal sponsors that are needed to support U.S. Army Corps of Engineers led projects. In addition to the close coordination with our local and federal partners, the state is obligated to represent states' interests to ensure that projects are effective and efficient and can contribute to state goals. DWR and the board partner together to leverage their similar and overlapping authorities to ensure the state's interests are represented during every phase of the implementation process that I just described earlier. So DWR, in coordination with the board, supports USACE projects through the following efforts. Obviously our important part of the project management, where we identify and communicate issues that affect anything that's scope, schedule, and budget. We participate and add value to interactions and anticipate the needs of the project. We look for pitfalls and offer recommendations for solutions. We engage our subject matter experts throughout DWR. Those include geotechnical, hydrology and hydraulic experts, structural experts, electrical, mechanical experts, and especially our O&M experts that ensure designs meet state standards and are effective and efficient, because we have to maintain this for the rest of the project. Next, we influence projects to align with state priorities. And those priorities, of course, are identified in the CVFPB. We ensure that the vision, goals, and priorities of the CVFPB are considered and integrated into our everyday interactions and the project's designs. We also provide staff reports and recommendations to the board staff. And I want to take a moment here to really thank the staff that we work with at the board on a regular basis. I want to thank them for the continued coordination, and I really thank Michael Wright, Greg Harvey, and Silva Mohan for really helping us and supporting this process. They've been instrumental in doing that. And I want to give you some ideas. I have here what some of the things that we do to make sure that coordination is happening. Is we have a monthly report that we provide. We do periodic informational briefings. We have weekly status updates with board staff. In fact, I have a standing requirement that all my staff provide a 15-minute phone call to make sure that we're going over any timely issues so that the board staff are kept appraised of sort of the pulse of the project. We also do project specific briefings, and that's specifically to talk about agreements or amendments and CEQA. And I see Jane's hand up here. So yes, Board Member Dolan.
Thank you for allowing me to interject. I certainly do concur with you that there are a number of subject matter experts within your agency, but I just felt the need to say that they also exist at the local level. And I do know that the locals are a partner on all of these, and I won't promote others, but certainly the Sutter Butte Flood Control Agency and the operation and management of that, and Trilla and WestAfrica and all the rest of them, utilizing their brain power will really make this successful for the long term of OMRR&R.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and I actually have slides that voice that exact same sentiment. And I appreciate it. This of course was meant to be what is the state doing to support these projects, but I 100% agree in that sentiment. So what else does DWR do? We also manage state investments, and those state investments are based on project costs, real estate costs, and really very close coordination with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and our local agencies, where we look at what the project management plan and the capabilities are of the team and the work around it to really estimate the kind of project needs that we're going to be seeing in the years to come, mostly in the very next year to come. And then we work through our Department of Finance and secure the funding needed to meet the state's cost share obligations. And I'm really proud to say that to date, the state has always been able to meet its cost share obligations. And the next bullet I have here is environmental compliance. Usually this is one of the longest lead items. DWR, in coordination with board staff, really look to accomplish two overarching goals. One is to ensure that projects have CEQA coverage, so they're not stopped due to a lawsuit. And the second is to ensure that we have equitable long-term mitigation requirements and that those are appropriate. And again, I want to highlight the close coordination and support of the board staff, especially Andrea Buckley, Itzia Rivera, and Sarah Backus. They're really important parts of the team that ensure that this CEQA part of these projects are addressed adequately. And of course, we have our real estate group that really looks to purchase the lands, easements, right-of-ways, relocations, and disposals that we call LERDs. And we do that through our through DOE mostly, and it's a group of people that are really looking to implement those acquisitions based on take letters that the Corps identifies. So it's instrumental in meeting our obligations to be able to get those LERDs purchased. And then finally, of course, we want to make sure that what we're getting, that what's being built on the ground meets our requirements. And so we have a very robust group who perform at DWR, who perform construction inspections. We have any questions on this slide before we move to the next? All right, fantastic. See nobody else raising their hand. Great. So now we finally get to highlight where all of our Central Valley usage projects are in those major milestones associated with the civil works process. We developed this slide, I think last time I talked to this group here, I was at a coordinating committee meeting, and it was roughly 2 years ago. And we refined this graphic a little bit. I want to highlight what it is. If you see the arrows on the left, it indicates which projects we're discussing. Of course, you have the whole civil works process that we've already gone over. What we've highlighted in blue here is every time that we need a board action, whether that's sending out a letter of intent or finding a CEQA, adopting a CEQA finding, signing a design agreement, or signing a project partnership agreement. The board actions are an instrumental part of working through this process. But I want to highlight where each of the projects are. So if you see, we have 2 projects that are in the letter of intent stage, where for the past 4 years, we've sent letters of intent for both Merced and RD-17, and that is intended to hopefully get some federal funding that would initiate those feasibility studies. Woodland is in the feasibility study process right now. They have a tentatively selected plan, and they've been working towards a chief's report. We have going on the list, we have West Sacramento, that for the past few years has been advocating to get its federal funding that's needed for a new start. However, it has continued to get appropriations to keep it going through pre-construction engineering design that you see there in that blue, mid-blue color there. And now we have a ton of projects that have already gotten their construction started. So Sutter Basin, Folsom Dam Raise, Marysville Ring Levee, American River Common Features 2016, American River Natomas Basin, and the Lower San Joaquin River Project, which is the Stockton area, are all in the construction phase right now, as you can see in the second to the last bullet. And we have 3 projects that are in the closeout stage right now, and that's South Sac Streams, American River Common Features Ward of 9699, and the Folsom Dam JFP. Let's see. Great. All right, let's go to the next slide, please. All right, I know the slide looks maybe busy, but it is from a dashboard perspective, a fantastic dashboard. So let me walk you through what this shows. If you look to the left, that really shows the names of all the projects that we have, going from what I mentioned, and these were in order of the phase that they're in right now, and you can see the phase of the project by looking at the parentheses. So as I mentioned, RD17 is just in the letter of intent phase, whereas if you look at the bottom, ARCF 9699 is in closeout. Gives you a good sense of what phase they're in within the civil works process. And then the number that you see just to the right of the phase is the estimated total project cost associated with that project. And then if you look at the bar charts that provide all the items you see, the dark gray, that indicates funding that has been spent towards implementation on those projects. And the bars, part of the bars that are highlighted in yellow or orange are the amount of funding that's left remaining to be spent to implement those projects. And then finally, you see the construction column. What this represents is either the date that it started construction or the anticipated start date of that construction. And the second number is the anticipated substantial completion of construction, not necessarily the completion of the total project, but just the completion of that construction. And finally, in the last column, you have the amount of people and value of assets that are protected or receive reduced flood risk reduction for each of those projects. So I think when I look at this, what I see is many of the projects have experienced substantial progress in their overall investment needs, as indicated by that dark gray. But I think what stands out to me also is that how much yellow there is, which means we still have quite a bit to go. And I do want to highlight one thing just to kind of make my point. If you look at American River Common Features 2016, you see that yellow means there's roughly $1.5 billion left to spend on that. And as you know, it received the Emergency Bipartisan Budget Act funding. It's full federal cost share. So if you were looking at purely from the standpoint of does it have all the funding that it needs, yes, it would basically be mostly gray, but that's not what this is measuring. This is measuring how much actual on the ground construction has taken place, so you can understand where projects are within their implementation. All right, let's go. I'm sorry, Ryan, go back one. This has one other item I wanted to point out. If you see the little stars on West Sacramento, Stockton, and Natomas, those indicate projects that still do need federal funding in order to complete their implementation. So all the rest of the projects that are in construction right now, you'll see the rest of those projects already have received all the federal funding that they will need. So, those are the areas that we'll be focusing on in the next slide. Are there any questions on this slide before I move forward? Great. Next slide, please, Ryan. All right. I'm going to walk you through this slide. The federal civil works appropriations for fiscal year 2021. We typically get funding in two separate budgets. One is investigations and one is construction. So I'm going to start with investigations at the top. You can see the projects that we were looking to receive investigations funding for. We were looking the projects themselves. If you look at what the projects are, and if we looked at our coordination with the Corps, it was identified that roughly $6 million was needed to start the implementation of those. Of that, we actually received about $2 million, and that was for the West Sacramento to complete its pre-construction engineering design phase. So if you notice there, PED is actually part of investigations dollars, not part of construction dollars. And if I move down to the next bar there is labeled construction, you can see the 4 projects or programs that were identified as having a need for federal funding. And again, I want to highlight that that need was based on close coordination with the U.S. Corps of Engineers and with our local flood control agencies' input to identify what's capable of being constructed in that particular year. And so we had identified about $270 million of need. And in this fiscal year, that next column over, you see that we received approximately $151 million. So we didn't get everything that we were looking for. And I think the main thing that we were missing on this was some more funding in the Natomas, and unfortunately not getting that New Start construction funding in West Sacramento. But to put that $151 million into perspective, I think it's kind of important to understand what is the average federal appropriations that the USACE projects in Central Valley typically receive. So I looked back all the way to 2011, and if I take out 2019, where we received the BBA 2018 funding, we get on average about $120 million a year of federal appropriations, which represents just under half of the typical funding that USACE receives for its entire civil works program, which doesn't just include flood management, it also includes navigation and ecosystem restoration, and not just in California, but across the entire nation. So we continue, meaning the state of California, continue to be very successful in receiving federal appropriations. And I personally think that success is associated or can be attributed to four major factors. So the first, and I think is most important, is a recognition that the Central Valley urban areas have some of the highest flood risk in the nation. Second is that our non-federal sponsors, this group has invested a significant amount of time, energy, and funding to authorize projects that can benefit from construction funding. And this is no small feat. It's taken probably 12 years and $60 million to sort of be at the point where we're able to take advantage of federal funding. Next, and I think this is the third thing, is that we have an excellent and cooperative partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Sacramento District. They are a tremendous group to work with, and we're lucky to be part of their team. And the fourth, and this is really important, is that we have advocates at local, state, and federal levels that work together to reinforce and highlight the need to fund these priority projects at the federal level. And that's really what it takes. It means getting attention at the federal level. And so while we have been successful, there's much more work to do. Again, I want to provide a little perspective here. Since 2011, the Central Valley has benefited from approximately $3 billion of federal appropriations. That's with a B, $3 billion of federal appropriations. And as you know from earlier, there's about $5 billion total. So if we do the math here, that means with the remaining federal cost share of approximately $2 billion, and if we keep that average of $120 million a year, it would take about 17 more years to get the appropriations needed to complete the whole suite of that work. So again, doing the math and creating the connections, that would mean, roughly it would be until 2040 that we would, finally have received that last bit of appropriations that we would need to be able to get to that level of protection that we identified through these projects. And it reinforces just how important it is to really be at a place to take advantage of once in a lifetime opportunities like we received with that emergency supplemental funding in BBA 2018. And to do that, really, we need to work together on those feasibility studies I identified here at the top under investigations. The more feasibility studies that we have completed and authorized, the more likely it is we'll be able to leverage that funding that we could see in the future. Now with that, I'd like it to open it up to questions for this part before I turn it over to Corey Lasso for the second part of this presentation.
Looks like we're good. Todd.
Great. I'll turn it over to Corey.
Thank you, Todd.
Great. Well, thank you, everyone. My name is Corey Lasso. I am the Chief of the Flood Risk Reductions Project Branch. So Todd went over so we've been essentially following the status report that was provided in the board package. And Todd went over the first about 12 pages of that report. I'll say the meat or key parts of that status report are projects, which is what I'm going to roughly go over. And the idea is to give board members the understanding of what's in those project summaries, as well as how that can be utilized. As I mentioned, so Todd went over the overall values. That's what those first 12 pages are for the USACE projects and how they support CVFPB goals, the overall status, and the combined USACE projects. So now we'll go into the individual summaries. So as you can see, the second bullet point on this slide talks about the status of the active USACE projects. So we're going to go over 7 of the active projects which are in construction from the American River Commerce Features Natomas. I won't go through where they're at in the image to the right. Todd kind of talked about those within the basins. These projects fall within those basins. You can see the American River Common Features 2016 and Folsom Dam Raise are falling within the American River Basin, which he pointed out. So we'll go through these 6 projects. So it's going to happen in 2 phases. On the first one, on the American River Common Features Natomas, I'm actually going to go through the full 4-pager just so you can see how it's laid out and how you can utilize that. And then after that, for the presentation and timing purposes, we've taken those 4 pages and collapsed them into 1 slide for each of these projects. So I do have the DWR project managers. If you do have deeper questions, we can definitely go into those. Otherwise, I'm probably going to roll through those pretty quick. But please feel free to ask questions throughout that. Other projects, which Todd mentioned, some of them that are in closeout, like the Joint Federal Project, Word 9699, South Sac Streams. We're not going to cover those today. We're happy to discuss those. They are, those 4 pages are sitting in the status report. So you can feel free to look at it and you'll see the format again. And then at the end, I'll go over the summary of the construction activities that are coming up this year. Oh, sorry, I think I got muted there for a second. Did I not? So let me repeat that. So I'll go over the construction activities coming up for this year, as well as the upcoming board actions. So Ryan, next slide. Thank you. So this is page of, this is actually on page 18 of the status report. So if it's easier for you to follow this particular next slide segment through your status report, you're welcome to do it that way or through the slides. I've changed the format slightly just so it's more visible on the screen. But first you have what you're going to see, and again, this is how we've laid out for every project summary. So you'll have a very systematic format when you're looking at these. Again, it's for the idea that you're going to come across a board action, a field visit, a media event. You can the idea is we created this for ourselves as well as for you to have a really good snapshot of where the project is, what's going on, what's the status. So this area description is going to cover, in general, what's being protected, where the project's at, and some of the key features of why and what the project is. The second paragraph you're seeing is covering the project features. So within that area description, the next thing, it'll give us the project features. And then to the right side, you'll see the timeline and milestones chart. So this is covering, you have at the top, you have the date and the activity. This falls in line very similar with the civil works process that Todd was just covering. It's tailored towards a specific project. So in this case for Natomas, you can see the first thing we have in there is a project authorization in 1996. And then it goes through very similar process. Each project has different nuances that it goes through, but you can see it as a chief's report down halfway through. And then it works down to project closeout in 2031. So it kind of falls in with that 40-year time frame that Todd was talking about. Then as you move right, you have the next 6 columns are covering interaction in items that the board would be looking at. So informational briefings and reports, administrative actions, board actions, media events, and board staff coordination. in particular highlight, Todd showed, I think it was in blue, the color of board actions. So here, if you go to the fourth column over in there, or 3 from the left, it has the board actions. You can see, okay, back in 1998, the board, worked on or approved the project coordination agreement. So you can see there are 4 elements where the board actually went and approved or took action on the board or for these items for this project. So it's a really good snapshot to go, what have we done in the past? So that's kind of the idea. The other feature on this is if it's grayed out, that's putting us in the past. It's not grayed out. Towards the bottom, you can see 2026. It says construction substantially complete. That's when we're anticipating the construction will be done. So that's kind of the snapshot on page 1. And again, this will be on every project. Next slide, Ryan. So I've combined pages 2 and 3. And this is for a particular reason, because you have the map on one side and then the features and their status on the right side. So in theory, if we created a book, the idea is that we would have these so that you could open it and they'd be sitting together for you. So on the left, you can see all these projects pretty much have identical features on how the maps are laid out. You have at the top right, a legend on where it's at within the Central Valley. And then within the map, you're seeing the early implementation or urban flood risk reduction program elements that were done on the project. You're seeing the Army Corps efforts, and you're seeing the repair types that are left or that need to be done. And then you also have, in this case, on this project, you have the reaches. So it has A through I. And if you follow to the right, you can see on that on the graph or the chart on the right, it shows reaches. And it'll show the reach. It says what those improvements are. If you move over to the next column, and then it says the length of those features, and then it gives a status for us. It says, okay, on reach A, we're in 35% design, and we're looking for construction in 22, 23. So it gives a really nice snapshot of where the project's at, what's going on. I find this extremely useful, and it's a great tool when, again, you're out at a media event going, oh, well, what's happening on this part of the project? So you can look back and very quickly see where those elements are. Next slide. Thank you, Ryan. So now the last page of these summaries provides an investment summary. So you saw the stack chart that Todd provided of, we can call it the cat in the hats because of how it looks. Of again, what was spent and what's remaining, but this is particularly for this project. So when you saw the one that Todd showed, that was showing us combining all our different projects together. So this is just this project showing how much has been spent and what's remaining, as well as up to the right of that, you have the cost share breakdown of the project of what the total cost is and how much is spent. So these two charts should be talking to each other. And then below the cost breakdown, you have the project values showing how many people, assets, and acres are protected by the flood risk reduction. And then towards the top right, you have the status of the levee miles improved. So you can go, well, what have we done on this project? And on this one, you can see, well, we've done 22 miles before 2020. Last year, we were actually showing you and all of us how construction was done this past year. Well, we did 4 miles of improvements. What are we going to do this coming year? We're looking at 3 miles of improvement. And then we still have in the future 13 remaining. So it gives a nice snapshot of what we've done and where we're heading. And then the chart below that is showing the different construction features. Again, it's a breakdown of the bar chart above that of the complete and remaining, but it's breaking it out into the project features. And then the last item is potential project hurdles or challenges that the project may face to keep it moving that we see that may happen. So that's kind of the general layout. So after this, I was going to jump into Ms. Thomas itself on a one-page effort. Did anybody have any questions on these 4-page summaries of how we laid them out? Excellent, thank you. So moving on to the next slide. Thanks, Ryan. So now, this will be the format you're going to see for the next 6 or 7, I think it's 7 slides. So I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to kind of move through these pretty quick. If you guys have anything you want to ask or any questions, please feel free to jump in. Like I said, I have other project managers. If you guys go into detail beyond my level of the project, we'd be happy to answer. But typically, you're going to see something very similar to this. If a board action comes before you, or a lot more detailed than this, for specific projects. But this is just to give you an idea of a snapshot of what those 4 pages are showing in an even shorter condensed version for today. So on American River Common Features Natomas, we have the construction features are the cutoff walls, seepage berms, levee geometry improvements, and total miles of improvements, which the total miles on this project would be 41.7. The cost share for this is the project is going to cost $1.1 billion, of which it follows the standard cost share for the project, for this federal, state, and locals in this case. And the project values in the Natomas Basin are, it will be protecting people of 100,000 people, 7 billion in assets, and 53,000 acres of land. Moving on below that, we're showing this is a snapshot of the milestones that we showed in the previous one, but for sake of time, we've shortened these up. So you can see the project was initiated in 2002, the chief's report in 2010, project was authorized in 2014, followed by the new construction start a few years back in 2016. And construction has been moving forward since then. And we're anticipating it to be complete in 2026 with a project closeout in 2031. So to date, of the 1.17 billion, we're estimating about 628 million has been spent, and there's about 442 million remaining. And then of the levee improvement, 42 miles of levee, 26 have been completed, the 22 and the 4. We have 3 coming this year with 13 more remaining. So this year we're looking at, on the map on the right, circled in red, you can see at the bottom right, Reach H is going to be worked on. And then to the left of that, a portion of Reach B, 2 different portions, the southern portion as well as the I-5 window is going to be worked on. And then there's a pumping plant up in Reach D that's also going to be worked on. Next slide. Okay, so now the American River Common Features 2016 project. The construction features will have cutoff walls, erosion repair and armoring, levee geometry improvements, and a total of 31.4 miles of levees improved. The cost share breakdown, total cost is 1.85 million, with the federal government taking on about 1 billion and the state and the locals taking up the remaining portion. The project values in this area for the Sacramento area is going to be protecting 514,000 people, 5.5 billion in assets, and about 170,000 acres of land. The project milestones, we've got federal authority and appropriations for the study back in 1996, so a while back, like Todd was mentioning, spanning generations of different staff members. I don't think too many of us were here working in 1996. And then going through WRDA 2016, so you can see 20 years went by, other things happened. It's not like there weren't things happening, but this is what really kicked off and moved us to get this project moving forward. And then from that, we got the emergency supplemental funding from the Bipartisan Budget Act 2 years later in 2018, which led to the project partnership agreement in 2019, which really kickstarted things and got construction moving in 2019. And we're anticipating with the funding and the expedited need for the utilizing the funding given from the federal government to have construction done in 2024, a very aggressive schedule. But I think all the partners are working to meet that goal. And then we're anticipating project closeout in 2035. To date, of the 1.85 million, about 386 million has been spent, and there's about 1.46 million left to be spent. This project in itself has quite a bit of work that all of us are going to be quite involved in the next couple of years. You can see we've done about 7 miles, so between the 2 on the left at the very bottom, 4.1 and 3 miles have been completed, 3 coming this year, with 21.3 remaining. So to the map on the right, in the circled red, that is the construction we're anticipating for this coming season. The north area of the pocket and going up north towards downtown Sacramento, about 3 miles of levee improvements for seepage and erosion. Next slide. Next project is the Folsom Dam Raise. So we have dikes 1 through 8 in Myad, and then we have the left and right wing dams, as well as the main gates, for a total of 5.5 miles of levee improvements to be made. We have a cost share breakdown of 294 million, of which the federal government's taking up a huge share of this, 266 million. This is due to the Bipartisan Budget Act, which came through, as you can see in the milestones down below, in 2018. This let basically the federal government came through and said, based on the current cost of this project, we would be taking over the remaining cost share of the project. So what the state and locals have paid to date was stopped, and the local government or the federal government is taking on the shares. Of course, if project costs go up, that could change, but that's the current status of where the project is. The project values, this will provide flood risk protection for 400,000 people. You can imagine the Folsom Dam and what that's protecting downstream of it, quite a lot of people. $58 billion in assets, 110,000 acres of land. Major project milestones, it was initiated in 2009, project authorization in 2016. I mentioned the Bipartisan Budget Act in 2018, and then the PPA got approved the following year in 2019. And then construction in 2020, some of you might have been out there for the Dike 8 groundbreaking ceremony that happened last year. And I don't know if we've reported to you, but that project has been substantially complete. It's a small, if you look on the map, you see it's a small little portion. And on the miles complete, you can see it's about 0.2 miles. So that's been substantially complete. So we're glad that part's been gone through. We were hoping to have a few other dikes that were going to get approved this year. There's some redesigns going on, so construction is going to get pushed off to the 2020 year. So moving down below the project, let me finish the project milestones. So the project closeout we're estimating to happen in 2030, assuming that construction gets done in 2025. Then we have the money spent of the 294. There's about 213 remaining, so it's about the 81 million that's been spent so far. A lot of work ahead of the time has been done. We have about 5.35 miles remaining, as you can see on the bottom graph. Jump to the next slide.
Corey?
Yes.
Joe Countryman. On that particular project, the thing that is most beneficial for the state is the gate, replacement of those gates out there. Do you know when is that scheduled to get constructed?
Everything right now is lined up to be occurring in 2022 season.
Everything? Wow.
Yeah, there might be some that fall to the 2023, but right now design is lined up to be happening between 2022 and 2023. Like I was mentioning, the schedule is it's very similar to the ARCF 2016. Is to make things fall within that 2024. We put 2025 on this one, but that's kind of the goal.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very optimistic and aggressive. Thanks.
Yeah. No, and that's what we're, I think between all the partners, that's what we're sticking with and working with. It's good. We're keeping the pressure on ourselves to try to make that happen. Great. Anything else? Thank you, Board Member Countryman. Next slide. Okay, the Marysville Ring Levee, cutoff walls. The features included on this are the cutoff walls, seepage berm, erosion repair, and armoring for a total of 5 miles of levee improvement. The cost share is 160 million, and it follows the standard cost share breakdown. The project values are 12,000 people will be protected from flood risk reduction, 100 billion in assets, and 1,500 acres of land in the Marysville area. Going through the project milestones in 1998, so you can see a bit of time's gone through since this project was initiated. This project, 10 years later, USACE designated this project as a separable element, and this was from the Yuba Basin feasibility study. It got separated from that to basically the Corps said, let's get this one moving forward. 2 years after that, we got the federal New Start for construction appropriations in 2010, followed by a PPA to get the project moving forward. And then construction began then, and it's moving forward and looking to be complete in the next couple of years in 2024, with the following project closeout in 2029. On this project of the 160 million, there's about 40 million left to be spent. And you can see 2 miles have been completed. 1 year's looking to happen this year on between phase 2B and phase 3. It's not all of the levee, that whole area in phase 3 isn't going to be approved. It's portions of that that are going to get improved within that. That's why you're seeing a larger, if you go by the map scale, you'll see that it's more like 3 miles, but it's portions of that within there. And then in the future, we'll still have another 2 miles of improvements that have happened over the next couple of years. Next slide. Okay, the Sutter Basin project. Project features include the cutoff wall, seepage berm, erosion repair and armoring for a total of 36.5 miles of levee improvements. The project breakdown, total project cost is $443 million, of which you can see the states paid a significant portion of $290, as well as the locals $98 million, and the federal government's contributed less. This is due to the fact that the state and the locals have done work ahead of the Army Corps for this project, as well as there are efforts that are considered the locally preferred plan, which is outside of elements that the Corps with its National Economic Development Plan, or NED, would be providing. So that's why you're seeing a large share. We've actually included that number in the total cost. We may consider revising that in the future, but that's how this number is being shown right now. And then the project values for this area is 95,000 people will be protected for flood risk reduction, $6.9 billion in assets, and 208,000 acres of land. The major project milestones include getting federal authority for the study in 2000, and then construction began. We placed this on here. I thought this was pretty important to note. The Feather River West Levee began in 2014. And then in that same year is when we got federal authorization for the WRDA 2014. And it took 4 years after that to get the federal restart for construction in 2018. And then construction was substantially complete last year in 2020. So if you look down at the miles of levee complete, you'll see 34 before 2020, and then the last 2.5 were done last year. Following through with the cost on the project of the $443 million, there's about 47 remaining. We spent $396 million. So the Army Corps came in and essentially all the port. If you look at the map on the right, you'll see it's meant to be blue because the green and blue are together. The bottom portion is the section where the Army Corps contributed construction activities with that, and the parts to the north is what the locals led with us through some of our programs. Next slide. Moving on to the Lower San Joaquin River project. It has cutoff walls, 2 closure structures, erosion repair and armoring, setback levees, levee geometry improvements for a total of 40.4 levee miles of improvement. The cost breakdown of the total project cost is $1.4 million, and it follows the standard cost share breakdown for the federal, state, and locals. Project values for flood risk reduction is for 122,000 people, 28.7 billion in assets, and 71,000 acres of land. Major project milestones: it was initiated in 2008. Took about 10 years to get through the study for the chief's report to happen, and then followed quickly by getting project authorization, and then 2 years later, a new start for construction, which some of you may remember just happened last year. This is leading towards construction in 2020. It actually should be 2022 and through 2032. So we're estimating it's going to take a 10-year time. So it's not on the accelerated path of the American River Common features, but it's still, 10 years is a reasonable time frame, and then followed by a project closeout in 2037. So you can see how long it will take us to actually close out this project. Accounting for O&M updates, as well as environmental mitigation and fiscal completion to get the project closed out. What's been spent on this so far? You can see of the 1.4 billion, 1.352 million remains. So there's been about 48 million spent so far. So the project is in its early phases and moving forward. And of the levee miles completed, this is showing what's been done on the core side of 40.4 is still remaining. There's currently in the map to the right, there's a I don't want to say a leftover element. It's an element the EIP and UFER elements are completing. on the Smith Canal. It's one of the last elements before it all gets transferred over to the Army Corps, but that construction is going on this year. Next slide. So this is the last project we're going to cover, the West Sacramento project. It has cutoff walls, seepage berms, erosion repair and armoring, setback levees, levee geometry, for a total of 39 miles of levee improvements. The cost share breakdown is, the total cost is 1.14 million, and it follows the standard cost share breakdown between the federal, state, and locals. What does the project provide? It provides flood risk reduction protection for 54,000 people in the West Sacramento Basin, and with 4.2 billion in assets and 13,000 acres of land. The project milestones, it was initiated in 2009 with a chief's report in 2016, quickly followed by authorization in 2016. And as some of you may recall, last year we tried to get, we were looking to get a new start for construction appropriation. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, but we're hoping for next year that we would get that new start for construction appropriations. If you look to the map on the right, you'll see we have circled the two areas that we were hoping to have construction beginning in May this year. If you recall, we actually went to the board in, I believe it was December, about a PPA amendment, or about getting the PPA, not an amendment, the actual PPA signed with the anticipation of getting the construction new start. Well, unfortunately, that didn't happen, so we never came back to the board for that effort. So we're hoping again next year that'll happen, and these two elements would be lined up and ready for construction. So we're anticipating construction going from next year, 2022 to 2030, with a project closeout in 2035. So for the project of the 1.14 billion, 267 million has been spent so far, and there's about 873 million remaining. Of the 39 miles, 13 have been completed, and there's a remaining 26 miles to go. Next slide. So quickly, this is kind of a recap of the elements that showed construction happening this year for USACE projects. So we have the American River Common Features Natomas, we have Reach B, portions of Reach B and H, and a pumping plant station 4 in Reach D. So you're going to likely see, or potentially need to have focus on that. Is it affecting neighbors? Is it affecting land? How that's happening? Those are some of the things we could see coming up. On the American River Common Features 2016, in the Sacramento River for seepage and erosion. Again, I mentioned that was in the north area of the pocket. And then the Marysville Ring Levee as well, the two different phases that I showed, two different phase 2B as well. To the right, you have the graphic, which shows graphically a recap of the miles and where the status of where we're at. In the gray, you have the miles complete. In the orange, you have the planned miles for this year. And then you have the remaining miles that are left. So again, just showing the active 7 projects. So you can see just, it's a great thing just to see, okay, ARCF Natomas, we've done 26 already. Yep, we're going to see and have questions or things coming up to the board for the 3 miles that are coming up. There's 16 remaining. We know it's expedited, so there's going to be, not expedited, but it's in a fast process, so we're going to see elements coming up for that 16 miles. Same thing with ARCF 2016. The dam raise, we know there's a lot coming up for this 5.35 miles. So that's kind of, it's a nice snapshot. You can see Lower San Joaquin, nothing's happened yet, but there's going to be a lot happening over the next 10 years. Same with West Sacramento. So jumping on to the next slide. So upcoming board actions that may be coming, these are ones that we know will be coming to the board. There might be other actions that are coming, but in spring, we have the Marysville Ring Levee. Just today, we had the environmental approval for utility relocation, so that was on consent today. You guys actually just approved that. And the other element we have is resolution of necessities that would be coming your way for Marysville Ring Levee. These are dealing with willing sellers, and it's tied in with tax issues as well as clearing clouded titles. So that'll likely be coming before the board soon. We'll have in the summer some elements on the American River Common Features 2016. And that's an amendment to the project partnership agreement. It actually includes ARCF Natomas as well. So it's about transferring credits from Natomas to ARCF 2016. That's one of the key features of the amended PPA. And then there's going to be a lot of environmental document approvals coming your way for American River Contract 1, 2, Phase 2B, and 3. So those are the main actions we see coming. There might be other ones that come up. And of course, if the board ever has a desire to have an update on a project, we could provide that. And then in fall, we're looking to provide another status update like this one. Likely, it would be a more truncated version. It might not have all the features that Todd gave in the front, and it might be a little more condensed from what I just gave on these project summaries. But we'll be looking to give that. In addition, additionally, towards the status reports, this was our first take on developing that. Actually, we had the project summaries, and Todd and I and our team worked through developing the first 12 pages of that status report in the last 3 weeks to get that up to make it a, what we call an actual status report to feed in the story for these 4-page summaries of all the projects. So we likely in the next 6 months to a year are going to be looking to update that. And then after that, we'll be doing it as needed as changes occur, because it's really going to change for status updates. With that, I'll pass it back to Todd for the next slide.
All right, thanks, Corey. Appreciate that. Great job. So I wanted to circle back around here to what I started out with, the goals of this presentation, and circle back around and show, I hope you agree that we've shown how USACE projects fit into the CVFPB goals, provided some insights into the progress of the Central Valley USACE projects at a program level. Highlighted, Corey went through the tool that we provided to the board members to better help understand where individual projects are at and use those for reference in future engagements. And again, providing a look ahead on both the project activities for this year and potential upcoming engagements. I again want to mention how fortunate I feel to be part of flood management at this time in history, working as part of a collaborative effort across local, state, and federal agencies to reduce flood risk for 1.1 million people and over $100 billion of assets. I really want to thank the board members and board staff for their support. As you've seen from this presentation, board support and board actions play an absolute critical role in achieving the Civil Works project milestones. From the letters of intent to signing PPAs and adopting CEQA findings, the board is integral to the process. I also want to acknowledge the great success of this partnership, not only within the state, but also with our U.S. Army Corps of Engineer partners and the local flood control agencies that make this program possible. I also want to extend my gratitude to the Flood Projects Office team, really for their dedication and diligence. Their support, knowledge, expertise, and skills are critical to maintaining the partnerships, facilitating good communication, and influencing these projects to align with our state priorities. And I also want to mention that we really achieved an unprecedented amount of alignment in our urban areas in the Central Valley. And this alignment has really been the key to creating that fertile ground for each of these projects to be successful in. And I hope I've given the board members a sense of that forest of USACE projects that really, allow us to be able to move forward, to get a sense of what that is, and of course, being able to provide some of those reference materials that could be used to look at what that forest actually looks like on those engagements. And with that said, I'd like to close this presentation and open it up to any other questions. Next slide, please.
Todd, this is Bill Edgar. If in your project status summary, you listed all the projects in various stages, and there were 13, and there were 6 under construction. And Corey's construction summary showed 7, and it looks like the outstanding one was West Sacramento. You showed that in a PED. And he shows it under construction. Is that what's the issue there?
No, that's not an issue. It's just we wanted to show that that is very, very close to construction.
Okay, so
it's in design. It's in its stage. We wanted to highlight Westac because it has been in front of the board quite a few times. It is one of our high priorities to get out, and we wanted to be able to make sure that that everybody understands what does that project look like and what are its hurdles and where might that first implementation be.
Okay, that's fine. So we're really looking at 7 projects, including West Sac, which really isn't under construction, but it's really close. All right.
Yes.
Okay, that's one question. The other question is, in all your explanation of the process, and by the way, this was a great presentation, and your charts were terrific in terms of just giving us a glimpse of the status of these projects. It's very helpful to the board, and I appreciate it. But the one question, I didn't see any reference in your comments on the process of the new improved 408 process of the Corps. Now, is that relevant in these projects, or do they do that themselves, or what happens in that regard?
That's a great question. These projects are not subject to 408. These projects are authorized, designed, and implemented by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. You do not have to go through a 408 process.
Okay, so this is like these other projects that they do themselves, they just exempt themselves from that process. Is that right?
Yeah, effectively, they go through a much more robust process by going through the feasibility study process, where they're looking at the impacts and whether this is an appropriate project or not. And it's much more robust than the 408 process.
Okay. That's helpful. Any other questions?
Mr. President, I think Board Member Ramirez had a question or a comment.
Sure. Tim?
Thanks, Bill. And thanks, Todd and Corey. I'm going to echo what Bill said. Super thorough visuals, and it's great to get an update across the board, the look back and the look forward. I have just one observation maybe to share, and it might be mostly for my colleagues. And there was reference at some point during the presentation to, on the state side, similar and overlapping authorities, presumably amongst the board and BWR. And I've heard that phrase a lot, and I probably used that phrase when I was a full-time state employee 20 years ago. And some of these projects have a very long history, right? Like they go way back. And I think it's important, also in the name of transparency, to make sure we distinguish which authorities we're using for these projects. These are all board projects. And almost all of them, I think all of them predate the 2007 legislation and the 2008 MOU that the board has with DWR. And I just wanted to flag that because I think it's important for us to think about going forward. When new projects come online, I want to make sure we're really conscious about the authorities because it helps drive the priorities. All these projects have their own histories. They all have very long local initiative histories with some of the regional groups. And I'm mostly thinking about the future, not so much the things you guys just covered, because I want to make it really clear, and I want everybody else to be really clear when we establish priorities, under what authorities we do that, so that we can be really clear with the Corps and with Congress and with the legislature, so we can drive the resources in the same way that we have over the last several decades. So thanks again for the overview. I think it's really great to have all this tied together the way that you've done it and to get regular updates. I think it's going to be really useful to track things, and you set it up that way so we can continue to measure progress as things go forward. And I just wanted to make that observation so that we can think about that, especially as the plan comes together for 22. So we can be mindful of those things as we bring on new projects and add to the list here. Thanks again, you guys.
Anybody else?
Yeah, through the chair.
Sure, Mary Jane.
So thank you for the presentation. It's really well done. And looking at some of these projects, 20, 30-year projects, we understand why there's such a huge cost associated with these levees and the improvements of these levees, and how, science changes. And I know how that the Corps changes their regulations based on science. And, the fact that we have climate change in front of us and that we can't change some of the criteria for some of the projects that are existing now because of regulations. My experience is with Trilla. We did advanced work of the Corps. Our partners across the river did some of the same, and you see some of the work that's been performed, not only in a much quicker timeline, but also in a much cheaper timeline. And so I think, looking at the projects through the Central Valley, there are incentives for doing work in front of the Corps. That's in front of the Corps if you have the ability to finance. And, for some jurisdictions, they may not have 20 or 30 years. Their levies may not, they may be at risk. I mean, how does it affect your timeline when one of these levies that you have in this matrix, when they have a levee failure, what happens then? So I just, those are things I think about when I was listening to this presentation. I know that your timeline did not probably also think about landowner lawsuits. Those are also timely issues, or from another regulatory agency. I mean, those are things that probably will add to your timeline. But, I just, for me, it's always trying to get projects done, especially in rural areas that are at risk of flooding. Or how about some of these, levees that run along highways? There's a project between, Yuba County and Butte County where they're doing a highway project for evacuation, but it's sitting right next to a rural levee. That's not going to get any work done. And so if there was a catastrophe, that levee would probably not hold up to a lot of pressure. That highway that is being expanded for evacuation could not be used. So I just have to vent a little bit about these issues because I think they're important for us to think about. So, but thank you very much for the presentation.
If I can add before going on to the board member Dolan, we as the non-federal sponsors very early on recognized the amount of time it takes to get through the civil works process from inception to completion, and that was recognized not only by DWR but by the board and reflected in the programs that were identified as part of the state system-wide investment approach. And one of those programs was called the Early Implementation Program. Later, the next iteration was the Urban Flood Risk Reduction Program. And I think an important component of that speaks directly to what you had just mentioned, Board Member Riego, and that's that, how do we address those areas that have the highest risk, and how do we address those quickly without waiting, the massive amount of time to get through authorization and federal appropriation. And that's really why we initiated at DWR that program. And where you see a lot of the implementation, the reason why there's so much implementation that has already taken place is through that recognition and through those programs. And that wasn't done inside of a box or outside. That was really done in close coordination with the board and with the Corps. And evidence of that is every one of those projects that were part of the EIP and MUFA program got what's called a 221 letter from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers that said, yes, if you go out ahead of us and implement these things, we can use what you do as credits towards that future project. And I want to reinforce that, that bond funding, especially the Prop 84 and the Prop 1 funding, what that Mr. Countryman mentioned in the very beginning, it was those investments, it was those funds that were used to go ahead of the Corps. And it's those investments that are going to continue to pay off for us as we move forward and look for these federal appropriations. And to answer Bill's or Board Member Countryman's other question, we currently have no staff that are using bond funds. We can't. All those bond funds, those bond funds ran out. They had to be committed to contracts. You can no longer spend state resources or state ops on those funds. Those are completely done. Those were done as of July of last year. So moving forward, a new funding source is required to meet state cost share obligations and to pay for the state participation in these projects. And I'm sorry, I think Board Member Dolan was next.
Thank you, Mr. Bernardi, for calling on me. No, that was fine. And thank you for your comments. I think I'll go backwards. Your comments are really appreciated. And it seems to me that at the very least, we ought to be doing feasibility studies. And I didn't see that we had any new starts for feasibility studies. And then I was wondering if there are any previously done feasibility studies that are just sitting there and didn't get further action. And just speaking of how long it takes things, you know, I live in Chico. That's 14 miles from Hamilton City. That took 36 years from feasibility to the start of construction. Small community, but those 1,800 people's lives and property are just as important as everyone else. So it was a real struggle. And they had annual levy festivals to raise their local share. And it, you know, that took them that, but it's really kind of inaction at the federal level. And it's good to see that. So they don't have to run out with their sandbags every time it rains and the river comes up. I also want to just associate myself with what Board Member Griego said. That's so clear. If there can be some support and assistance to local entities who have taken on that challenge of forming governance that's shared and working together, and really the Trilla and Sabufka and the other FCAs have really shown that they can break down the silos and work together. These projects can get done in a decade instead of 3 decades. And then thank you, Board Member Ramirez, for saying that. I think very often we inappropriately use overlapping authorities. It is actually defined authorities. And the statutes really show that. And there are a number of things that we partner on because that's how we can get things done. But there are things that are done on behalf of the board because we're still trying to build the capacity of going from the rec board to the flood board. And when you say board action is necessary, that's defining what our authority is to move these things forward. So thank you, Board Member Ramirez. 10-4.
Okay, anybody else? Oh, Joe?
I had my hand up in participants, but I just think this is one of the best presentations overall to understand the program, how long it takes and why it takes so long. I've never seen as comprehensive and as well done presentation as this was, and I really congratulate you two doing such a fine job there. One of the things that really that you went over is that California is getting 50% of the civil works program nationwide. So the possibility or probability that we're going to somehow increase that is only going to happen, I think, is if the entire civil works program increases, because the other states have pressing needs also. So we may not be able to accelerate the federal process just due to the funding limitations of $150 or $200 million a year. It's going to be very difficult politically to get a significant increase in that. And the only chart that we had, the Southern Butte one, that showed 12% federal share, as Jean said, you know, how long did it take to do that project? And it was because of the EIP funds. You know, it may only been 12%, but it got done fast. And maybe the chart could somehow show the part that the feds didn't approve. You know, you mentioned like the local project the feds will only approve that meets their economic criteria. Maybe if we had a breakout that showed this is what the locals paid extra, locals being us, because it wasn't meeting. And I think maybe the Sacramento Weir has an element of that in there, right? That we're funding that the feds didn't find economic. So we ought to show that clearly. But thank you for such a great report. This is something that can be updated and presented annually and very helpful, useful to us, I think.
I do too. I completely concur with that. Anybody else?
I think Brian Johnson had a comment or a question.
Sure, Brian.
Yeah, very briefly. Also wanted to, thank you for the really clear presentation and follow up on what board member Countryman said about the funding and, giving us a little bit of pause, talking about how long it's going to take if it keeps coming out at the increments that it has in recent years. The one thing that I would hope is, there is renewed talk of a federal infrastructure bill or, stimulus kind of thing. And if that happens, we could be measuring the increments of funding in the billions rather than in the hundreds of millions. And I would hope that we're in a pretty good shape on that for the things that were presented here today, because they're ready to go and they're far along in the pipeline. And so I imagine everybody is doing this, but I would urge all of our staff to be coordinated and just be ready for whatever opportunity that ends up. It's something that people talk about every few years, but it actually be true this time.
That's a really good point. Caltrans is a good example that they design these projects and put them on the shelf, and when money comes, they have them ready to go. Flood control and water, we don't seem to do that, and we're never ready. So, Todd, we're ready with some of these projects a little ahead of the time. So we have a lot of, if we get some funding on this new infrastructure bill, we got to get our hand out pretty quick.
Yeah, I agree, Bill. And I think, just the fact that we were able to capitalize and that emergency supplemental funding back in 2018 is a testament to, the cooperation and the alignment that we were able to achieve, both through the CVFPB planning efforts, the basin-wide feasibility studies, the conservation strategy, the regional flood management planning efforts. Those were the efforts that really took to get that alignment and engage with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So we, as the non-federal sponsors, could move into that. And by achieving that alignment, by taking the time and energy to move through these feasibility studies, you really see these projects primed and ready for those opportunities when funding is available. And if you take some other parts of our system that just haven't gotten to that, to that level of alignment, to really what I call the critical mass of people moving in the same direction, you're not going to be as primed as we are here with our civil works projects here in the urban areas. So, like I said, we're, being able to move forward and to answer Jane's question, there really is in our urban areas, at least, only 3 remaining feasibility studies that we can see that were identified as urban areas in the Central Flood Protection Plan. One is just getting, it's working towards a CF report in Woodland. It's, in sort of its final stages, and it's very definitely an urban area that we're looking for. And then, of course, we want to reinitiate the second phase, the lower San Joaquin feasibility study that was done in the Mossdale tract. That could initiate another close to $300 million worth of improvements in that area. That needs to get started. It did not get its New Start funding. And of course, the last urban area that's protected by the State Plan on Flood Control is Merced. So that last one is moving forward. And there's another element that we want to move forward to. It's not exactly an urban area, but it helps. And that's the Cache Creek Settling Basin is another feasibility study that we would like to initiate. The board has sent letters of intent for all 4 of those feasibility studies. And again, I can't agree more with Board Member Johnson and others here that it is critical that we move through those feasibility studies, that we do that work and find those alignments so that we're set up for those future funding possibilities.
Great, Todd. I'm glad you've identified those, that you're obviously thinking about it. That's great. That's great. Anything else at this point? Okay, let's take a break. This next item is obviously a difficult, long item. Let's come back at 1:15, please. Brian, could you set the clock for that? Okay, members, we're back in session. Okay, thank you, everybody, for your patience. I know that DWR item was long. I think it was good for the board to go through that. It was very comprehensive and detailed, and I think the charts were very good myself, just to keep track of what's going on each of these 7 projects, I guess, including West Sacramento, that are ongoing. So good. Thank you for your time on that. Members, were on item 10A, which is board item 10A, public hearing for the enforcement order against Mr. Palmer Hatch, enforcement case number 2018-723. Members, this item is before the board, is an enforcement hearing concerning the alleged failure of the respondent, Mr. Palmer Hatch, to comply with a cease and desist order previously issued by the board. Executive Officer Leslie Gallagher, as the board's chief enforcement officer, will have some opening remarks, followed by an introduction by the prosecution team's legal counsel, who will be leading the prosecution. He's Deputy Attorney General Justin Lee. Mr. Lee will have some introductory remarks and some recommendations regarding the process by which this board, by which this hearing will be conducted. Mr. Lee, after you've made your introductory remarks and recommendations regarding process, please return the matter to me, and I will make sure that the board is comfortable with your recommendations on process, particularly the time allocated to the prosecution and the defense and the rebuttals. And then also our legal counsel, Jeet Dua, will swear in the witnesses at that time. And once we've established the ground rules for the hearing, you can return it to me, and you can proceed with the prosecution's team's presentations of its case in chief, followed by the questions from the board. We will then hear the respondent's defense to the allegations raised by the prosecution, followed by questions from the board. Both the prosecution and the respondent will be given an opportunity to provide rebuttal testimony prior to bringing the matter back for the board's discussion and final decision on the requested action. So unless there's questions at this point, Leslie, why don't we proceed?
Thank you, Mr. President. And good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board. I just have some opening remarks before we begin this case. Those are along the lines to put it in context for you. Why does this case matter? I think, as the board knows from the materials that we've provided in advance, as well as Mr. Hatch's responses, that this is a matter of first impression for the board. The board and the U.S. Army Corps for decades have stated that encroachments in and around the state plan of flood control facilities must have a valid permit issued by the board and permission from the Corps, and that operation and maintenance of any encroachments that are utilized solely for a private benefit are the responsibility of the beneficiary of that facility, regardless of who constructed the facility. Mr. Hatch has argued that because his pre-existing irrigation pipe was rebuilt by the Army Corps when the project was constructed, and that it's shown on as-built drawings, that he needs no permit and has no responsibility to maintain the structures, although he does operate the pipeline on his own timetable to irrigate his crops. If Mr. Hatch's interpretation were to be adopted by this board, then the local maintainers up and down the 1,600 miles of the system would suddenly be responsible for every private irrigation pipe, every private driveway ramp, and every private fence protecting an individual's private property simply because that encroachment pre-existed the date of construction of this public safety facility. Staff feels that this issue is critically important to the continued successful management of encroachments along the state plan of flood control, and we are asking this board today to find Mr. Hatch is responsible for both operation and maintenance of his privately utilized pipeline and appurtenant facilities. And with that, Mr. President, I would be turning it over to our Deputy Attorney General, Justin Lee. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gallagher. So good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board. Again, I'm Deputy Attorney General Justin Lee. I'm serving currently as Enforcement Staff Counsel for this matter. I've been filling in as Staff Counsel in Sarah Bacchus' absence, but since Ms. Bacchus has returned, this will likely be my last appearance before the board as Staff Counsel. It's been a pleasure serving in this capacity. So board staff is here today to recommend that the board issue an enforcement order against respondent Palmer Hatch for unaddressed violations located along Cherokee Canal in maintenance area number 13 in Butte County. Now, to give a brief procedural overview of this enforcement action, a notice of violation was issued to Mr. Hatch on March 30, 2018, and after Mr. Hatch failed to comply with this NOV, the executive officer issued a cease and desist order on August 24, 2020. On September 25, 2020, the board affirmed the cease and desist order at the CDO meeting. And since the board affirmed the CDO, Mr. Hatch has not addressed the outstanding violations. And that is why we have elevated this matter to the next and final stage of the administrative enforcement process. Now, this is an enforcement hearing. And an enforcement hearing, unlike a CDO meeting, actually is an evidentiary hearing. Now, what this means is that the board may receive and consider all relevant evidence, so long as the evidence is the type on which responsible persons are accustomed to rely in the conduct of serious affairs. Live witnesses may be put on during the hearing, and while we do not anticipate actually putting on live witnesses during staff's presentation, representatives from the Army Corps of Engineers and the local maintaining agency are present and available in support of this enforcement action to answer any questions by the board. But I will mention that if live witnesses were put on, cross-examination of witnesses would not be permitted unless the board deems it appropriate. Now, under the board's regulations, the board may also impose reasonable time limits for presentations. Board staff proposes the following time limits and order of presentations for this hearing. Staff will do a 30-minute presentation. Then Mr. Hatch, who is represented by his attorney, Brian Manning, will give a 30-minute presentation. Then each side will be given 15 minutes each for rebuttal. At the conclusion of this hearing, the board may approve, amend, or reject the board staff's proposed enforcement order and take any and all of the following actions. The board may 1, order the abatement of the encroachment, 2, order the restoration of the site, 3, impose an administrative penalty, 4, order the recording of the enforcement order with the county recorder's office, 5, initiate a civil action in the name of the state for mandamus, injunction, civil penalties, or other remedies, and 6, order any other actions or conditions as the board may determine are necessary to resolve the violations and ensure our compliance with the board regulations. Now, before I turn it over to Eric Mao for the substantive presentation, board staff requests that the board at this time adopt board staff's proposed time limits and order of presentations for the hearing. Again, that's 30 minutes for staff, 30 minutes for respondent, and 15 minutes each for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. At this point, I'd like to ask the board, based upon what Mr. Lee has recommended, does the board feel comfortable with these proposed process recommendations? And basically, we're asking whether the board agrees with the time limits that he suggested.
I'm good, Bill. This is Mike Valines.
Okay. Any questions from Jane?
I'm good with the time limits, Mr. President. I have no problem with that. But as I read the staff report for the MIS, it indicated that if we determined that something was complex enough, we did not actually have to do the final action today. We could direct that there be findings and an order prepared for the board at a future meeting, but that we would give specific direction.
I'm assuming that's correct.
Is that correct, Mr. Lee?
That's correct.
Thank you. Yes, no, I think that it's.
Okay, any other comments from the board? Okay, at this time, I'd like our legal counsel, the board's legal counsel in this matter, not the prosecution's legal counsel, Mr. Dua, to swear the witnesses, please.
Thank you, President Egger. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Egger. Again, Jeet Dua, Board Counsel. For those persons who are planning on testifying today, I know that this is a bit more informal, and although we are in an informal setting, the testimony you're about to give today carries the same weight as if you were in a court of law. I hope you all understand that, and I will be try to, prior to, since I'm going to be giving this to everyone, if before you speak, if you could just affirm for the board that you have in fact taken the oath that I'm about to give, and we'll do it on your honor on that basis. So with that, please affirm that the testimony that you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you, President Egger.
Thank you, Mr. Dua. Mr. Lee, I'll turn this matter back to you for the presentation of your case.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, that concludes my presentation, and I'll now turn it over to Eric Mao for the substantive portion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eric Mao, and I have taken the oath. Good morning, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, and members of the board.
This is the afternoon, by the way.
Good afternoon, yes. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Eric Mao, board staff in the enforcement section. Today, we want to bring an enforcement hearing before you against the respondent, Mr. Palmer Hatch. He is represented by his attorney, Mr. Brian Manning. Next slide, please. So here is a map of the violation location. The violation location is west of the town of Gridley and off just north of the Calusa Highway. I will have a few more images to show these violations. Next slide, please. Here we have an image from Google Earth. You can see that this is along the Cherokee Canal, and this orange line that represents the federal levee center line for maintenance area 13. And in the yellow circle, that is the violation location, as you can see, just north of the Calusa Highway. In the next slide, you can see here these encroachments, both on the water side and on the land side. As you can see there, that is the yellow line is the levee center line, which we're talking about here. And so as you notice, there are 5 violations on the water side, unpermitted waterside encroachments, and 2 on the land side. And I will be going through them in detail in the next few slides. This is just a table, just to summarize the violation. Again, I will be going through them with pictures, but just again to reiterate, there are 5 waterside encroachments and 2 landside encroachments. Okay, violation number 1, 3 16-inch steel irrigation pipes. You can see from the photos, there's notable corrosion on these pipes. Violation number 2 and 3, there's 1 concrete U-shaped head wall. This is a picture on the left, and as you can see by this U-shaped head wall, there is some significant erosion that's already occurring. Violation number 3, 1 pump structure. This corroded vertical pump on the picture on the right. Violation number 4, 3 36-inch corrugated metal pipe, CMP pipe risers. These are on the water side slope. Violation number 5, electrical boxes, meters, and a wooden structure, also on the water side slope. And on the land side, violations 6 and 7, 1 concrete outlet structure and 1 36-inch pipe with slide gate. And now I'll be just giving a case summary of the timeline of this case. So again, the facilities are off the Calusa Highway along Cherokee Canal in Maintenance Area 13. Due to the condition of the facilities, a notice of violation, or NOV, was issued to the respondent on March 30th, 2018. On June 28th, 2018 and October 24th, 2018, board staff held meetings with the respondent in Yuba City. No resolution was achieved. On March 1st, 2019 and October 25th, 2019, board staff attempted to re-engage the respondent. And on December 3rd, 2019, we set up and had a site visit that occurred with the respondent. On January 30th, 2020, board staff received a letter from the respondent's attorney disagreeing with the basis of the NOV. Additional correspondences occurred between board staff and the respondent's attorney. No resolution was achieved. The cease and desist order, or CDO, was issued to the respondent on August 24, 2020. The CDO was confirmed by the board on September 25, 2020, and the board decision was mailed to the respondent and his attorney on October 1st. The enforcement hearing materials were sent via overnight mail and electronically to the respondent and his attorney on December 21st, 2020. The respondent's attorney received enforcement hearing materials on December 22nd, 2020, thereby meeting the board's statutory requirement for 30-day advance noticing. And this was originally for the January 2021 board meeting. On January 8th of this year, 2021, the respondent's attorney requested to postpone the enforcement hearing to February 2021 and agreed to waive all further notices. On February 11th, 2021, the respondent provided a written statement to board staff. And on the same day, February 11th, the Army Corps, which I will call USACE, Sacramento District, provided to board staff a letter of support. This letter was provided on February 12th, the next day, to the respondent and his attorney. Just to make a note here that this letter of support and also the respondent's written statement is provided to the board members as an addendum to the staff report. And now, staff, I will be covering some of our analysis for this case, and we'll be summarizing 3 major points. Point number 1, documents prepared pursuant to the easement acquired by the board show that the irrigation facilities are the responsibility of the respondent. To make a note, the board obtains these property rights through the Sacramento San Joaquin Drainage District, or I'll refer to as SSJDD. A grant deed and memorandum of agreement, or MOA, was developed in response for an eminent domain proceeding filed by the board, previously named the Reclamation Board, in the Butte County Superior Court on May 8th of 1959. This MOA in paragraph 11 states, "The grantee, which is the board, shall be under no duty or obligation to maintain, after completion, any structures or facilities of grantor, the respondent, which it may repair, replace, construct, or reconstruct pursuant to this agreement." Staff has confirmed that both the MOA and the grant deed 03424 indicate that the maintenance of the irrigation facilities is the responsibility of the grantor, but not the state. The Operations and Maintenance Manual for the Cherokee Canal Flood Control Project does not establish responsibilities on the facilities noted. Simply, it provides a guidance for proper maintenance. The February 2021 USACE letter of support states, the operation and maintenance O&M manual and as-built information for this location indicate that the pipes through the levee are for irrigation purposes. Emphasis added, page 1, paragraph 2. In this slide, this is an exhibit produced by DWR's geodetic branch in August of 2020. I want to first draw your attention to the property owned by the respondent in yellow. There's the larger parcel and then a smaller parcel just south of the irrigation facilities. The light blue property is land where the board has SSJDD easement, and you can see that corresponds with where the levee is. As you can focus on the detail A on the top right corner, this detail shows that the X represents the approximate location of the pipe and facilities, and these red diamonds are located. These represent the easements which were acquired by the board, again through SSJDD via Grant Deed 03424. And this grant deed covers both the land side and the water side. Next slide, please. Analysis number 2. The facilities are used solely for irrigation by the respondent, and therefore the respondent's responsibility to maintain. The Department of Water Resource, DWR, their Sutter Yard, has confirmed that these irrigation facilities are neither maintained nor have ever been operated by DWR, as they are considered to be private irrigation facilities. For a note, the DWR Sutter Yard, they're the ones who maintain and operate the various maintenance areas. And for this one, maintenance area 13. The respondent has acknowledged that he uses the irrigation facilities to remove water from the Cherokee Canal to irrigate his land. He is therefore the beneficiary of these facilities and as such responsible for the operation and maintenance. The irrigation facilities were reconstructed by the Army Corps of Engineers as part of a levee improvement, levee improvements in this area. And these facilities are noted in the USACE levee as-built drawings dated February 24, 1959. And this is consistent with and referred to in paragraph 6 of the MOA, which confirmed that the grantors hereby authorize grantee and its agents to modify and relocate their existing pumping plant, substantial in accordance to the Corps of Engineers plans. File number 50-4-3511, sheet 23 thereof, which is hereby incorporated herein and made part of this agreement. Now in my next slide, this is an actual scan of this as-built for this location. And I will zoom into where the circled red area shows. Next slide, please, Ryan. Thank you. This is the bottom right portion of that as-built, and it says an irrigation structure, plans and details. You can see it's also by the Army Corps of Engineers, and that sheet that was referred to in the MOA matches the numbering on the bottom, 50-4-3511. Continuing on, the February 2021 letter of support also states, and I read, the presence of an item on a USACE as-built drawing does not automatically make an item a feature of the federally authorized project. It was common practice at the time of design and construction to request USACE to design and construct items of local responsibility at state expense. Emphasis added, page 2, paragraph 2. Just want to reiterate again that an item that appears on the as-built does not automatically make it a feature of the system. We call these system features, and typically there are like drainage pipes or features that actually benefit the system as a whole. Next slide, please. Thank you. The irrigation facilities are subject to permitting requirements. The board's regulations expressly address this issue. Pursuant to 23 California Code of Regulations, Title 23 Waters, Division 1, which I will henceforth call Title 23, in Section 6A, Any encroachment that exists within the board's jurisdiction must have a board permit. Furthermore, in Title 23, Section 6B, it states, permits may be required by the board for existing structures that predate permitting or where it is necessary to establish the conditions normally imposed by permitting. The circumstances include those where responsibility for the encroachment has not been clearly established or ownership and use has been revised. Our goal here really is to establish responsibility. These irrigation structures are existing structures that has benefited the respondent, and so requiring a permit would clearly establish these maintenance responsibilities. Furthermore, in the Army Corps' letter, February 2021, the O&M manual describes a condition that must be met for the project to continue to function as intended. However, the O&M manual does not direct who must perform the maintenance actions. The sponsor or the board has the discretion to pass on requirements to other entities through maintenance agreements, real estate agreements, encroachment permits, and similar documents. The sponsor is ultimately responsible to ensure the appropriate actions are completed through the enforcement of the sponsor's various agreements so the requirements of the O&M manuals are met. Emphasis added, page 1 and 2. Although the facilities were reconstructed by the Corps, neither the MOA nor any other documentation reviewed by staff indicate these facilities were exempt from the board's permitting requirements. And to summarize the analysis for this case, as we noted, there are documents, the MOA and the grant deed that show that the board has easements on this property through SSJDD. And just because a facility is noted in the O&M manual or as-built does not automatically make it the state's responsibility to maintain. Furthermore, the facilities were used solely by the respondent, and it is therefore his responsibility to maintain. And based on the regulations set forth in Title 23, the board can require permits on its property, which were obtained through the SSJDD in easements and in fees. Next slide, please, Ryan. Thank you. The board staff has prepared the following secret determination. The board, acting as a CEQA lead agency, has determined the enforcement action is categorically exempt in accordance with CEQA guidelines 15321 under Class 21A, actions of a regulatory agency to enforce standards. Lastly, I will cover and read through each of the 7 items A through G, from Enforcement Order 2021-01. So I'll be reading it verbatim, and these are also in the staff report. Staff is asking that the board adopt Enforcement Order 2021-01 for the following. The respondent, Palmer Hatch, as the current irrigation facilities owners of the site located at this lat long in Greeley, California, is responsible and liable for the maintenance and necessary repairs to the private irrigation facilities that cross the Cherokee Canal federal levee system, a facility of the State Plan of Flood Control. B. Within 30 days of the issuance of the enforcement order, the respondent shall submit a video inspection report prepared by a certified NASCO inspector to show the conditions of the 3 16-inch pipes through the levee. If the video inspection report shows integrity of the pipes is intact, respondent must submit a board encroachment permit application with a $300 fee, requesting authorization of the private irrigation facilities described in the NOV and CDO, and include erosion repairs around the head wall and repairs to the irrigation facilities to bring them into compliance with Title 23 as noted in the NOV and CDO. Or, if the video inspection concludes that the integrity of the pipes is compromised, respondent must submit a board encroachment permit application with a $300 fee, requesting appropriate repairs to bring pipes into compliance, including necessary erosion repairs around the head wall and repairs to the irrigation facilities to bring them into compliance with Title 23 as noted in the NOV and CDO. C. If the facilities are no longer needed respondent must submit a removal plan and schedule within 30 days of the issuance of the enforcement order to remove the facilities pursuant to Title 23. No work shall commence until board approval has been obtained. D. If the respondent fails to comply with the board's enforcement order within 30 days of issuance, the board may direct DWR and/or a contractor to remove the irrigation facilities and restore the Cherokee Canal to Title 23 standards, and then subsequently take actions to recover the cost of performing this repair by whatever legal remedy available, including but not limited to a placement of a lien on the respondent's property. E. The respondent, Palmer Hatch, is responsible for administrative penalties in the amount of $42,500, which shall be paid no later than 60 days after this order is issued pursuant to the provisions of the California Water Code, Section 8704.1c. The amount of the penalties is based upon the staff's costs associated with the enforcement action and the severity of the violations. This enforcement case demanded a significant amount of staff time, and as of December 10, 2020, the estimated time spent on this case is 264 hours. F. Should the respondent fail to pay the administrative penalty as required according to paragraph E above, and after time has passed for judicial review, board staff is directed to apply to the clerk of the Butte County Superior Court for judgment to collect the penalty assessed pursuant to CWC Section 8704.1, Section E. Board staff shall thereafter take any appropriate actions to enforce the judgment. And lastly, item G, board staff is directed to file a copy of this enforcement order with the Butte County's Recorder Office. And as a closing remark, I would like to state that board staff and our management has done our due diligence to speak and meet with the respondent on multiple occasions. We hoped, and it's always our aim, to resolve our enforcement cases at an early stage. Unfortunately, we could not come to terms of agreements with the respondent or his attorney, and thus we are following our enforcement processes set forth in our regulations, from an NOV to a CDO hearing, and now this enforcement hearing today. I have completed my presentation, and unless there are any immediate questions, I'd like to turn it back over to the board, and also invite Mr. Brian Manning to give his presentation.
Thank you, Eric. At this point, does the board have any questions? From the staff presentation? Do we see any, Leslie?
I do not, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. Manning, why don't we proceed with your presentation, your response? You have, under the board rules, you have around 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you, President Edgar, and good afternoon, board members. My name is Brian Manning. Talked to you all before, and I'm with Mr. Hatch. And I just want to make sure that the board had an opportunity to review the letter we submitted prior to today's hearing.
Mr. President, do we require the respondent's attorney to indicate if he took the oath?
Yeah.
I take the oath.
Thank you.
I think my question is, when you said you're with Mr. Hatch, is he there with you?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. So has the board had an opportunity to review that letter?
We have the letter.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to take up much more time. I think that lays out quite a bit of our presentation, the evidence that we provide, and our position. If the board has any questions on it, I'd be happy to answer any of those questions. Any questions on my letter?
Mr. President, I have a question.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Manning, and hello, Mr. Hatch. The letter from the 11th indicates that the, sorry, this thing just started buzzing immediately when I started to talk. My apologies. So that the facility is used for irrigation, and that the electric pump lifts water during the irrigation season into one of the pipes and through the pipes to the outlet box. And my question is whether that is the only facility that's in existence now that is capable of delivering water to these places of use.
Yes, that's the means by which water is removed from the Cherokee Canal by Mr. Hatch.
Right, and there's not an alternative to deliver it to those places of use.
Correct.
Thank you. That's my only question.
Okay. There's an alternative to get water there, but not from the Cherokee Canal. I just want to make sure that's clear. So I want to ensure that that letter is admitted into evidence as part of this enforcement proceeding. And I also want to start by saying that I understand that there is a difference of view on these issues. And Ms. Gallagher stated that this is a matter of first impression. And I don't have nearly as much experience as all of you in these issues, but you know, our firm has done this for quite a long time, and I agree that this is a matter of first impression. And because of that, I think there is appropriate basis to provide our position, and it's not some sort of disagreement with the board and what they try to accomplish. The board is a critically important part of our society, particularly in the Sacramento Valley. It provides significant flood control works to protect us from the inland sea. And the board is charged with ensuring that maintenance of these facilities is followed, that the federal guidelines are followed. The board is in charge of ensuring that that happens. The board obviously doesn't do the maintenance itself. But I think it's important to recognize that in the large view of this Sacramento River Flood Control Project, that property rights are not forgotten about or discarded as part of ensuring that the operation and maintenance occurs. And the reason why that's important is because when you look back at where this came from an eminent domain action. And as part of that, it was because the federal government was going in to build project levees. And so when Ms. Gallagher said that if the board were to adopt our position, that would somehow mean that every private irrigation facility, every driveway, every encroachment would be the responsibility of the local maintaining agency. And I strongly disagree with that. And the reason why I disagree with that is because this facility was built by the federal government. This is not a matter of a property owner who has come to you after the fact that these facilities were built, that the levees were built. He's not coming to you and saying, hey, I'd like to get a permit. He didn't come to you or he didn't just build a facility himself. This was a facility that was built by the federal government. And so I think there are three issues that have to be looked at. One is ownership, second is rights, and third are the obligations. The board's, the staff's presentation was thorough, and we have appreciated working with them, but there's been no evidence of ownership of these facilities. And I will say that the depiction of the easement that is covered by the indenture, which he referred to as grant deed 03424. That's an incorrect depiction of the easement. The easement does not extend into the channel of Cherokee Canal. And the reason why that's important is because the pump, the actual pump, the motor, the machine, that is outside of Sanjak's easement. That is not within the easement. What's within the easement are the pipes, the head wall, and the diversion box. And so I think it's foundational to establish what the ownership is. And there's no dispute, at least I don't think, there shouldn't be any dispute that these facilities, everything that they've talked about with the exception of the pump, are part of the flood control works that were built by the federal government. They are part of the facilities that are included within the operation and maintenance manual, and that they are constructed as part of the taking because there were previously irrigation facilities there. And why that's important is because when you look at what that inclusion in the O&M manual means and the inclusion of these documents in the as-built, the letter that was sent by the Army Corps, I don't think he's an attorney, but he says, well, it just doesn't automatically mean that it is a part of our facility. And I don't know if that's true or not, but he's not being specific about this particular facility. I hope that was clear. But what did occur was on December 18th, 1959, and this is in the operation and maintenance manual, the Army Corps sent a letter to the Reclamation Board. And it was talking about an investigation or an inspection of the facilities out on the Cherokee Canal. And it said the required work referred to above, consisting of channel improvement and levee construction on the Cherokee Canal, in accordance with specification 2549, contract number DA-04-167- civil engineering 59-135, and drawing number 50-4-3511. It's describing those as flood control works. The flood control work described above now meets the requirements of the Sacramento River major and minor tributaries flood control project. And that's critical because, and it doesn't accept out sheet 23. It says all of the drawings that are their flood control works, this is part of our project. And the drawing is included in what was accepted by the Reclamation Board. February 16th, 1960, reference is made to your letter, December 18th, 1959, regarding transfer of to the state of the completed levee and channel works. The Reclamation Board, at its meeting of February 3rd, 1960, formally accepted this levee and channel work for operation and maintenance. These are facilities, except the pump, that are owned by the board, owned by Sanjak. And Mr. Countryman asked last time, well, what if we just removed it? If it's our facilities, why don't we just remove it? And President Edgar chuckled and said, that would be my recommendation. And you very well may remove it. If you do remove it, then you are interfering with Mr. Hatch's right to draw water from the Cherokee Canal. So, Board Member Johnson, yes, this is the only facility, and if you take action to impair this facility, then you are interfering with his right to draw water from the Cherokee Canal. And it's important to note that these are public works. And so I think once and this is not, shouldn't be a controversial issue, because once they're approved and accepted, as the court stated in the Paterno decision, once these facilities are approved and accepted, they become part of the system of public works. It becomes that entity's public improvement. So what Mr. Hatch had before the eminent domain action was taken as part of the eminent domain action. And this facility was placed there as a result of that eminent domain action. And the expectation was that Mr. Hatch would utilize this facility to remove water from the Cherokee Canal. And so and within that indenture, it specifically states that the rights enjoyed by Mr. Hatch are actually have priority over flood control operations. It's completely backwards to the normal circumstances. I agree. But this is a matter of first impression, because this is the agreement that was entered into. And if that agreement is subject to change now, which is what's happening through this enforcement proceeding, this is not the appropriate vehicle. It has to be done a different way, because it says that your rights for flood control protection shall not in any way interfere with Mr. Hatch's rights to draw water from the canal. So if the facility is removed, then there has to be another way to get that water out of the canal, because he has that right. And he has that right through these facilities. And that was the expectation of the parties when they entered into this agreement and when the eminent domain action was resolved. So who does have that obligation to maintain it? It's not the board that has the obligation to maintain it. The board is charged with ensuring that maintenance of project works occurs. And it's just simply, in my view, it has the wrong person or entity in front of it. And the reason why is Water Code 12878.21 states that upon the formation of a maintenance area, the Department of Water Resources shall thereafter operate and maintain the unit until such time as the maintenance area may be dissolved. So maintenance area 13 was formed prior to signing this agreement. The expectation was that maintenance area 13 would operate and maintain the unit. And as we know, the unit includes this facility because it's included within the documentation that the Reclamation Board accepted. All of the facilities within those drawings, not accepting anything else. So the entity that is responsible for the maintenance of this is MA13. And the idea might be, well, Mr. Hatch wants to benefit without any burden of paying. That's not true. He has paid for operation and maintenance of the facilities that are included within that drawing. He's paid for that for decades. And the way he's paid for that is through assessments. Assessments are imposed upon a property owner for any benefit they receive from the operation and maintenance of the flood control works. There was the determination that his assessment was X number of dollars. And that should have taken care of the operation and maintenance of this. So he has paid for it. And I want to speak also to the idea of a permit. At the hearing on this matter, the CDO matter, it was on a different issue. Member Countryman said that we don't issue permits to the Corps. That was September 25th, 2020, agenda item 9F. We don't issue permits to the Corps. Again, this is not a situation where an owner has built something that was not permitted. The Army Corps of Engineers built this. The need for a permit is non-existent. The need to have this facility here, you don't need a permit to have this facility here because it's part of the project. It's not its own thing. It is incorporated into the project. It is an appurtenance to the levy. And that's critically important to understand where the impetus of this facility came from. So would he have to get a permit if he needed to go dig into the levee for some reason? Well, absolutely. But he doesn't need to have a permit to just have this facility there. And Title 23 of the California Code of Regulations, Section 6, talks about, well, you can go get a permit. You can impose a permit if the facility predated permitting. This facility doesn't predate permitting. Permits were required when this contract was entered into. And I would also note that if you're trying to change the nature of what was agreed to in the contract as a result of the eminent domain action, to say that you now have to get a permit. And I think the importance of the permit is that every permit that I've seen says that we can revoke this thing that we're allowing you to build. We can revoke that. We can tell you to take it out at any time. They all say that. And that's the difference here. If you were to require him to go get a permit that says we can revoke this at any time, it is completely inconsistent with the agreement that was entered into 55 years ago. And there should be an estoppel to prevent that. And if that's the case, it no longer becomes a right. He no longer has the right to draw water out of that, the Cherokee Canal through this facility. That was the project as proposed. The project as proposed back in the 1950s was that he would draw water through this facility. If that is somehow changed, that is a violation of his constitutional rights. And that is the subject of an inverse condemnation action. If you were to tell him you no longer have the ability to draw water through this, that's fine, but you have to pay for that. You have to pay him for the taking away of that right. It's a change in the project. And that's the result of you saying he needs to get a permit that we can revoke at any time to just have the facilities there. To just have the facility there. So even if you don't buy my argument about maintenance and the ownership, if you say that he has to get a permit, you're changing the project as proposed. I also believe that if you say that he has maintenance obligations, you are changing the project as proposed. Because every single thing that was in existence in the 1950s and 60s said the department will maintain it. The maintenance agency will maintain it. DWR, Maintenance Area 13, will maintain it. That's why it's critically important to look at what were the circumstances back in the 1950s and 60s. Things are completely different now. And there needs to be uniformity, and there needs to be, as President Edgar said, you're in the doghouse with the feds, with the Corps. And that may very well be. But the issues that arise today and the needs of today are not relevant to when you're looking at what was agreed to back in the 1950s and 60s and what existed at that time. And everything that existed was that the department would do the maintenance, and this would be the means, this being the pipes, would be the facility through which irrigation waters flow. And I will also note, and I'm probably running out of time, I'll also note that the floodwaters do come out of these pipes. Part of the operation and the operation and maintenance manual says that at high water, valves and gates shall be closed. The department, maintenance area 13, when high water comes up, it's never done that. It's decided that its plan of flood control was to allow water to go through those open pipes to relieve pressure on the canal, on the channel, so that water would flow onto the land side. That's what it decided to do. That's what its plan was. And so Mr. Hatch can't go out there and touch that facility without a permit. So to expect him to go out and shut down the gates and start operating and maintaining this, what is included in a flood control work, I don't think is consistent. And so there is no maintenance agreement. And you can look to paragraph 11 and say, well, you said we recognize that the grantee would not be responsible for maintenance operation, but you have to look at who the grantee is. The grantee is the Reclamation Board and SANJAX, San Joaquin Drainage District. The grantee is not the Department of Water Resources. The grantee is not Maintenance Area 13. So yes, there's no expectation that the board or SANJAC are going to do the work to maintain this, because the board is charged with ensuring that that maintenance work is done, and everything that existed said that the department would do it. That was whether by statute or by statements within the operation and maintenance manual. Let me just check my notes here. I would also state that in talking about paragraph 11, that staff stated that the memorandum of agreement indicates that it would be Mr. Hatch's responsibility, but it doesn't state that. And that's important, because going back to the letter that was written by the Corps, non-attorney Corps member, he basically says, hey, you can enter into a maintenance agreement. There's no maintenance agreement here. I would also just, if you are proceeding forward and looking at trying to imposing penalties, I would just ask you to consider that we do see this as a matter of first impression. If it was so cut and dry and we should have just rolled over, then I don't think it would have taken 264 hours. And I will also recognize that if it did take 264 hours, that results, based on the proposed $42,000 fee, that's $174 an hour. Staff, based on a 40-hour work week, 52 weeks a year, staff should be making $362,000 a year if you're going to impose that penalty on Mr. Hatch. And I also don't think it's fair when he received $50 in compensation to try to impose $42,000 against him. And with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. Do the board members have questions at this point?
The chair.
Joe, did you have a question?
Mr. President, that was Board Member Griego, I believe.
Oh, Jane, or Mayor Jane?
Yes. Mr. Manning, you said that your client pays in assessment fees. Can you tell me what he pays in assessment fee yearly?
I don't have the exact number, but I can tell you under the Constitution, it's based on the benefit he receives from the operation and maintenance of these works. So whatever his benefit is, he pays his proportional share.
I understand that, but I just wanted a dollar amount. Is it over $1,000 a year? Is it under $1,000 a year?
It's over $1,000 a year.
So it's over. Is it over $5,000 a year?
Is it over 5?
Mr. Griego, the assessment that I pay is based on a formula, and that formula has been drafted by the Department of Water Resources. And this is in the statute for the information of the board. And it starts at section 12878. And all of that information is there. But the Department of Water Resources has an annual budget that is projected. And then per calculation, the assessment is collected by the County of Butte. And the County of Butte, this is not an ad valorem assessment. It is based on a calculated benefit that is received. And in my particular area, incidentally, this maintenance area 13 is divided into zones. And I am in zone 1 of the, and I believe that, I don't know, but there may be 4 zones. But zone 1 has the highest, according to the calculations, degree of benefit. So consequently, I pay a larger amount than the other zones. And I might note that there is an Attorney General's opinion that that might be of interest to people like Mr. Johnson. And you can find it, Mr. Johnson, at I believe it's 57 opinions of the California Attorney General, and it is around page 330, something like that. But it is a very good overview of how this assessment works. And it talks about the Revenue and Taxation Code and why the collection is based on a larger amount than any other assessments, because the fees that are supposed to be a charge are based on the demands of the federal government. And so you can ask for a higher amount because these are federally imposed fees. So I pay, for instance, if you're in a school district or someplace like that, these fees are higher because you have federally demanded fees. And Mrs. Griego, to answer your question, I believe that I can say, I think with, to the best of my knowledge, that with each tax bill, I pay about $4,500 in assessments for this maintenance area 13. And when you look at the charges for instance, the Gridley Unified School District and that sort of thing, they pale in comparison to what I pay. So I am paying for assessments for work that is not being done. Now, I might add something. After the eminent domain action and during the construction, the federal government replaced the irrigation pipe. Incidentally, there are 3 irrigation pipes that go through the levee. The federal government replaced those pipes, put in larger pipes, and although the pipes were in the old structure were steel, these also are steel, but they have a larger diameter than the old pipes, and they were encased in concrete. Now, you don't need anything like that for irrigation. And in fact, it was reinforced concrete. Now, one of your participants today talked about walls. Well, these pipes go through walls that the project contractor put down into the levee. You don't need that for irrigation. So this is definitely for flood control. And if you would read the document that we submitted, it's important to read the part not only of the history of this project at the front of the document, but it's also important to read why and how the dual use works. And they were using this facility because they could dump water from the canal. They could regulate it through the slide gates or screw gates, which they put into the levee, and get rid of the water. Also, note that this facility is at the end of the system. And that's important because that's where the flood water needs to be taken out. This is to the, I would say, northeast and not far from the Butte Basin and the Butte, we call it the Butte Sink. So the water it can be dumped through this facility. And they also required, this was a project requirement. They acquired from us a flowage right to flow water from and through the project of flood control. And that was required, and the acquisition of a flowage right was required by the federal government as part of one of the assurances that they had to have. So there's no question about the fact that this facility is a dual use facility, irrigation and flood control. Now, Mrs. Gallagher mentioned that, and I think Eric mentioned that we haven't used the facility, so consequently, it's Hatch's responsibility. That argument is subject to question, and the reason it's subject to question is that the indenture, which is a deed which has obligations on both sides, the indenture grants a right. Use has no mention in the right. Once the grant is done, you transfer the right to the other party, and that right in this case was perpetual. So you have that right. Now, the question arises, and you can think this through. The question arises, well, I've been given all these rights. You've been given the rights in paragraph 3A of the MOA, and they're mirrored in the grant. I have the right, but that doesn't mean I have the obligation. In this case, the obligation exists statutorily, and it has existed for years with the started with the Department of Public Works and the statutes of with the new code of 1943. It existed then, and it exists now. And Mr. Johnson, if you want to look this up to show you the history, the statutes of 1939, Act 510, Chapter 656, started this. And that was in response to the Federal Flood Control Act of 1937. And then you had the statutes of 1943. They mentioned the DWR. You came along with the Water Resources Act, which is now codified as the Water Resources Bill in the Water Code. It's in there. You look in the Water Code at 8361 sub F, it's in there. You look at 12878.21, it's in there. The obligation on the Department of Water Resources exists. The other thing, and Mr. Edgar can tell us about this. Remember, Mr. Edgar, the inspections that you had, and they were about in 2011, 2013, around there with the Corps. Are you with me? Are you with me? Remember those inspections? Were you here
yes.
then? All right.
I was appointed in 2012.
Okay, well, the inspections, one of the inspections, it was a mutual inspection with DWR and with the Army Corps of Engineers. And the Army Corps of Engineers had a report as a result of those inspections, and they found out that the maintenance was unsatisfactory. Now, if I am responsible for the maintenance, why wasn't I notified of my responsibility in 2011? And
Okay.
nothing was said to me at all. And however, now, Mr. Edgar, I think that there's something connected, and I don't know this, but you do. There's something connected. You remember the report in 2017 regarding the Cherokee Canal? That report came out, and then in 2018, I was contacted. Never before had I heard of anything about any maintenance responsibility. But I was contacted by your staff in 2018, and believe me, I initiated these meetings to try to run through the legal arguments with your staff, and they were like a fence post stuck in cement. There was no movement. There was no authority to change or of any nature. And so we end up here today with us trying to tell you what our position is. And then we come back with, I think, our recollection of the proposed fine is different. I thought it was 46,500, and Mr. Manning said it was 42. But at any respect, you know, that is a fine which is confiscatory, considering that my father gave you the easement for under $50, because $50 was paid for partial A, and it was paid for partial B. $50, and that's what we took. And now you think that I should be responsible for the matters that the Department of Water Resources has not done, or else I'm going to be paying you $46,500. Now let me close with one other thing, and I'd be glad to answer any questions. In the deed, you were granted the levy with appurtenances. And the discussion has been that, well, because this was an irrigation structure, I'm automatically responsible. That's not right. I mean, it's not correct. Because all of this federal construction took place in an area that was surveyed by the Army Corps of Engineers. The survey framed the construction area. The construction area was done according to the plans, and all of the the work was done right in the easement area. And the new pipes were done all in the easement area, and I was given the right to use those pipes for irrigation, but they had the right to use them for flood control. So
Okay,
all I'm saying, well, just a second, Mr. Edgar. All I'm saying is take a look at what we submitted. Take a look at it critically, and Mr. Manning and I will be glad to answer any questions so that we come to something which is based on facts, it's based on the law, and we all know what's happening. Because if that doesn't happen, we're all in trouble. So, and I listen, I want to have a good relationship with you people. I know that Joe Countryman and you, Mr. Edgar, I've gotten into it with both of you, and it's been probably in 2012, but let's not have that kind of a relationship. Let's have a working relationship based on facts. So that's how and Mr. Ramirez, you were there. You were on the board then. So let's try to work this out. Read that document critically. Manning will be able to answer any questions, and so will I. And Mr. Johnson, if you need any assistance in looking up the law, we'd be glad to do it for you. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Hatch. That's very helpful. I appreciate it.
President.
I guess your answer to Mary Jane's question was around $4,500 a year, as I understand it, Mary Jane. So that's the answer to the question. Okay, so at this point, do the board have any other questions?
Before the board asks any questions, if they do, or it turns to rebuttal, I would just, Mr. Manning, can you confirm that Mr. Hatch did take the oath since he provided testimony today?
I can confirm that.
Thank you, Mr. Hatch. That's all I needed. I didn't want to interrupt you while you were giving your testimony. Thanks so much.
And thank you for allowing us to go what I know is over the 30 minutes. So thank you.
You bet. Thank you. That was helpful. All right, I'm going to go back to Mr. Lee. You and your prosecution team have 15 minutes to rebut what was said. And I guess the question I have for you is, have you reviewed what he's saying? And that is basically this is a dual use facility meant for flood control and irrigation, and that was part of the flood control system built by the Corps of Engineers for that purpose. I think that's the thrust of his question, or his case, and pursuant to the agreements he set forth, has also a perpetual right to the water from the Cherokee Canal.
Mr. Edgar, if I might interrupt,
wait.
All right.
We'll have our chance after.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Mr. President. And to the extent necessary, I've heard my oath as well. So I have a few points I would like to, reiterate in response to the respondent's presentation and his letter. And hopefully these points address your question, Mr. President.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to direct the board's attention to this positive piece of evidence that board staff has offered at this hearing, which is the MOA, which was signed in 1965. Now, paragraph 11 clearly states that the SSJDD, acting on behalf of the Reclamation Board and the state, is under no obligation or duty to maintain Mr. Hatch's pumping facility after construction. Mr. Hatch himself signed that agreement. It's a binding contract. So system feature or not, Mr. Hatch expressly agreed that the state does not have to maintain.
It doesn't say and the state. Sorry to interrupt. That doesn't say and the state.
It does. If you look at the bottom, it says acting on behalf of the Reclamation Board, State of California. And That's the
Of the,
state.
of the state of the state of California, not and. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm not going to let that pass.
Okay, am I going to get more interruptions, or can I?
No, could we have a rebuttal? Brian, you can do this in your rebuttal, please.
Okay, I just want to, I'm sorry, I don't do that, but I.
Well, come on, we got to have some order here. We're all reasonable people. Let Mr. Lee have his response.
I appreciate it. I apologize. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, well, the
Thank
board,
you, President Egger and Justin. Before you continue, if for nothing else, it's the record gets muddled. This is being transcribed. We do have a court reporter that's transcribing all of this. So if people are not identifying who's talking and they're talking over each other, then the record will not be clear. And so please just save your responses for rebuttal time. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lee, please.
all right, thank you, Mr. President. So, regardless of what Mr. Manning said, everyone can take a look at the MOA. The bottom, maybe it's a matter of interpretation, but the way that staff has viewed this is that the Reclamation Board was acting on behalf of the state. Okay, also, if you look at the grant deed, which is attachment F to the staff report, also signed by Mr. Hatch that same day, it's clear that Mr. Hatch's pumping plant was not considered to be an appurtenance of the levees of Cherokee Canal. Now, the first substantive paragraph of that grant deed says that Mr. Hatch gave the board a right of way and easement to, quote, construct, reconstruct, enlarge, repair, operate, and maintain the levees of Cherokee Canal, together with any appurtenances hereto, provided, however, and this is the important part, that the granting of this right shall not be construed as inconsistent with grantors, which is Mr. Hatch, continued right to operate, reconstruct, enlarge, repair, replace, and maintain a pumping plant upon the hereinafter described parcel A. So what that's saying is that the board has the right to maintain and operate its levees and appurtenances, so long as this maintenance and operation doesn't interfere with Mr. Hatch's right to maintain and operate his pumping plant. Now, if the pumping plant were actually part of the levee system, then there would be no need to specifically carve out this provision talking about some pumping plant. Nothing in the grant deed talks about the state taking on maintenance responsibilities for this private pumping plant. It's treated as separate and distinct from the levees and appurtenances. Therefore, both the MOA and the grant deed are clear that the state does not have an obligation to maintain this pumping plant. But even if this MOA did not exist, or if you disagree with my interpretation of it, this pumping facility is not a system feature because it's used for private purposes only. Now, I know that the respondent claims that the pumping facility is necessary for flood protection because it supposedly relieves pressure on the channel during high water events. But the respondent does not support this conclusory statement with any evidence that is actually the case. The only thing that they point to is the design of the facility, but does not offer any evidence the pumping facility is actually necessary and used for flood protection purposes. Now, what do the experts in flood protection say about this pumping facility? Well, we know board staff's position, and that it is not a system feature. It's a private irrigation facility. But even the Army Corps, which constructed the flood control system, and the local maintaining agency that provides day-to-day maintenance of it, agree with board staff's position. They both support this action, which is based on the idea that this pumping facility is not a system feature. Thus, the evidence in the record only points to one reasonable conclusion here for that issue, and it's that the pumping plant is not a system feature. Now, the respondent also argues that because he has a right to pump water for irrigation, the board cannot require him to obtain a permit to exercise that right. Now, no one is disputing that the respondent may pump water for irrigation. Of course, he has that right. What board staff is saying is that the board needs to be able to impose conditions on the maintenance of the pumping facility to ensure that the facility does not fall into such disrepair that it detrimentally affects the flood control system. Now, requiring a permit for that purpose is clearly allowed by the board's regulations. Title 23 of the California Code of Regulations, Section 6B, gives the board broad authority to require a permit to establish such maintenance responsibilities. Now, notably, the respondent does not offer any legal authority to the contrary. Additionally, there is no legal authority for the proposition that the state cannot require a permit for someone to exercise a right. The state requires a permit or license to exercise rights all the time. And I went through this at the CDO meeting. I think it's worth bringing it up now again. For example, in California, you have a constitutional right to fish on public lands. But guess what you need to exercise that right? You need a fishing license from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. You also have a right to travel. But if you want to exercise that right in the car, you need a valid driver's license. I can go on and on and on. Thus, there is no merit to the respondent's argument that you can't require a permit to exercise a right. Now, in summary, what the respondent is basically saying here is that he wants to reap all of the benefits of this private pumping plant without accepting any responsibilities for maintaining it. By claiming that the state should pay for it, the respondent is attempting to have his cake and eat it too. So therefore, to ensure that this private facility is properly maintained, staff recommends issuance of this enforcement order. But before I close, I'd like to invite anyone on the prosecution team to speak if I've missed anything or if I haven't answered Mr. President's question. Angeles,
well, could I ask a question here, please?
Yes, Mr. President.
On the issue of maintaining the facility, isn't that what the assessment's for? $5,000 a year that he's paying? Isn't that what he's supposed to be contributing to the operation and maintenance, which was billed to him on a tax bill, and he's paying it? Isn't that it, or am I missing something?
I believe that's his argument, that the assessments pay for the maintenance itself.
Well, I'm asking for your rebuttal to that argument.
Right. And maybe I'm going to have to pass this off to Angeles or someone that's more familiar with the assessments. I'm not really sure if that actually pays for the maintenance of the pumping facility.
Well, that gets to the question of due-use facility, is it or not? And there's obviously a disagreement here as to that.
Mr. President, if I may, it's easy enough to look up what is on the assessments. Those are brought before the board for the budget for the maintenance areas every year. And I do believe that we have a representative from MA 13 on with us today. It would be within their business to have it with them if they do, or they could certainly look it up if we could ask them that question.
Well, no, I'm talking about the theory, though. I mean, somebody asked him that he's not paying for the maintenance, and that's what the assessment's supposed to do.
Right, Mr. President, I think they have it by line item of what the maintenance is that they perform. I think that would be dispositive of that question.
I see. Okay. Angeles, do you have anything to add?
Good afternoon, President Edgar, members of the board. Angeles Caliz, I have taken the oath as well. With what Ms. Gallagher has indicated, I do believe we have a representative from the Department of Flood Management, who is the maintainer and the agency for this area. But I understand that the assessments that they make are strictly for levee maintenance and operations, not for the maintenance of private irrigation facilities, which they've indicated that this is one that they will not maintain, and those assessments are not used for that purpose.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Okay, thank you. Mr. Lead, does that constitute your, Jane?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if this is for Mr. Lee or Ms. Gallagher to answer, but the respondent's attorney brought up more than once and emphasized that this is a matter of first impression, and claimed that, and he actually said Ms. Gallagher used that, but I don't recall that she did, and I would like a response from our attorney, some attorney, as to their view of that. Sorry, we've got.
Yeah, we got a lot of
Mr.
attorneys.
Lee, Mr. Dua, not sure, Mr. Yeah.
This is Jeet Dua, board counsel. I would agree with, I think both Executive Officer Gallagher and Mr. Brian Manning agree that this is a matter of first impression before the board. I concur with that assessment. It really does turn on, I know, although I know Mr. Manning has distinguished this case based on certain facts and documents. It is my opinion that if this were to go forward, that yes, it would be an issue throughout the board's jurisdiction for pre-existing encroachments, where the state has given assurances to the federal government that they will operate and maintain the system. if those facilities are now considered part of the system that should be required by the state to maintain for private use.
Then do I understand that the board's findings based on the facts, regulations, practices, manuals, and other things that have been in the record allow us to make the finding that this is a private facility?
Or they do, rather, yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry if it wasn't clear.
Okay, no, thank you. I just put it in my words, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Mr. Lee, does that constitute the rebuttal for the prosecution?
I believe so, Mr. President, unless there's someone else on the prosecution team that would like to add anything. And I'd like to, if I may, invite them at this time to use the remainder of the time.
Sure.
Looks like there are none.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Manning, you have 15 minutes to respond.
Oh, yeah, sorry, thank you. Yeah, I just want to make sure that the record's clear that anybody who just spoke also takes the oath. I believe that was Ms. Gallagher and Mr. Dua.
They have already done that.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. All right. I would like to talk quickly about the Mr. Lee. He and I apologize for interrupting, but you can't add words to a contract. The contract doesn't say we're taking on behalf of the state. It says Sanjak by and through the Reclamation Board of the state of California. It's very, very specific as to who are parties to that contract. And the Department of Water Resources is not a party to that contract. And the Department of Water Resources is not referenced in paragraph 11. So the expectation, remember, you have to look back. The expectation at the time that this was entered into, that's when you have to interpret contracts. The expectation at the time that this was entered into, based on statute, operation and maintenance manuals, was that the department would do the work necessary to maintain the project facilities. And the project facilities, there's no dispute, at least I don't think there should be. There not be a dispute that the project facilities, the project works, even the Corps guy said, Mr. Larson said that this is a project facility, or includes the pipes through the levee. And so Mr. Lee said, well, if you look at paragraph 3A of the indenture, it talks about Mr. Hatch, he's using this to say that it's not an appurtenance, saying that Mr. Hatch has the right to construct, reconstruct, enlarge, repair, replace, and maintain a pumping plant. Again, words are very, very important when you're looking at contracts. A means something that is not in existence. It's not referring to the pumping plant. And when this document was signed in 1965, the whole project had already been built. So this is referring to something, a right he has for future. If it meant to say that this is not a project feature, it would have said the pumping plant in paragraph 3A. You can't add or delete words. So that's very, very important. And instead of saying what it says, Mr. Lee used the words his pumping plant. And then he actually said, when referring to 3A, the pumping plant. Critically important that that's not what it says. It says a pumping plant. And you can look in Black's Law Dictionary, and you can, you're not attorneys, I understand that, but I'm letting you know, from our perspective, the word "a" is very important when referring to that paragraph. A means something that does not exist and is in the future. Also, says that Mr. Lee says we didn't provide any evidence that's used only for private purposes. Well, throughout this proceeding, we have provided that. And I don't, we've shown floodwaters that have flowed onto adjacent property on the land side of the levee. We've had that. The fact of the matter is that for whatever reason, when it comes to operation and maintenance, Local Maintaining Agency 13 or MA 13 has decided that it would not follow 208.1 D2. I think that's what it is. Where it says part of your operation is to screw down the valves and gates. Instead, it left them open. That's talking about irrigation and drainage structures, whether you say they're private or not. That's irrigation and drainage structures. It decided not to do that. And so as a result, water flowed from the Cherokee Canal and high water events onto adjacent property. That's part of the project as planned. And so also talking about the permit, saying that, well, we can impose conditions upon a right. That might be true, but one of those conditions, it can't be revocable for any reason we deem necessary. A permit, as written, says we can revoke this at any time. I mean, you see them up and down the whole system. And so a driver's license and a fishing permit, they don't say, hey, we can revoke this for any reason. The DMV can't call me up tomorrow and say, hey, Mr. Manning, I'm going to revoke your license. But that's what these permits say. And that's what we've been shown. I said, send me a documentation of what reflects the permits as you would propose it. Revocable. And on the assessments, Article 13D controls that of the Constitution, controls assessments, and that is based on your benefit. So if you look at, is there some sort of line item for this? I don't know. And I don't think it's appropriate to find out later. We don't have any information about that. But what I can tell you is that he is paid for the operation and maintenance of the public works, of the facilities. And I don't know how to stress it enough, but the pipes that run through here, the outfall and the diversion box, those are public works. Accepted under the operation and maintenance manual. It can't get any clearer than the statement from 1960. The Reclamation Board, at its meeting of February 3rd, 1960, formally accepted the levee and the channel work for operation and maintenance. And the levee and channel work is defined by drawing 50-4-306. No exceptions. That includes sheet 23. And as I said before, once that happens, as the court said, and shouldn't be in dispute, it becomes a public work. And so I really, really do appreciate that this is completely different than anything anybody on this board is used to. And it would not fly today. If I was trying to settle one of the eminent domain cases with you folks, you would say, Mr. Manning, you're insane. I'm not going to agree to that. And I recognize that. But that's what was agreed to 55 years ago. And that's what we all have to live with. And that's what the rights and obligations of the parties are. And so I think that you have to recognize that this is not your normal situation. And it doesn't implicate every encroachment that exists up and down this levee, permitted or not. If somebody goes and puts in a pool in the pocket and encroaches into the 10-foot maintenance area, it's not all of a sudden going to be subject to, oh, well, you guys decided in the hatch matter that maintenance area 9 is now going to be responsible for this. No, because that pool came in after the fact. This was built as part of the project. And that's the big distinguishing factor. And I understand that it might cause us significant heart palpitations and heartburn, but that's the way it is. And if there's something needs to change, this is not the vehicle. To use this enforcement proceeding as the vehicle, it's improper and unconstitutional. And with that, I would be happy to answer any other questions.
So, Mr. Manning, your response to Mr. Lee and Ms. Gallagher, for that matter, that this would have a valley-wide precedent in which we would be required to maintain and operate all of the encroachments throughout the system that are, in fact, private encroachments, is wrong, because it's subject to a different condition when it was built. It was built as part of a flood control project by the Corps for a dual purpose and is occasionally used for flood control. And
That's exactly right.
Okay, and therefore this is different than, some pipe that somebody put in for private purposes only, and even though it was put in prior to the the flood control system itself, it was never part of the public works and therefore is a private facility and should be maintained by the private owner.
Yes, it was not accepted into the public works by the reclamation board as part of the assurance from the feds turning it over, then yeah, it is completely different. And that's and it's not unprecedented. I will say that. I represent Michael Rue in RD 784. And in RD 784, there are pipes that go through those levees that were built as part of the as-builts, and they don't really serve any system function. But RD 784 is undertaking the replacement of the pipes at a tune of like $300,000 and is entering into an OMRR&R agreement with the board. This is not an unprecedented situation. It's just that maintenance area 13 is saying, oh, well, the feds came to us and said, hey, look, this is not being maintained, and MA 13 has now turned to Mr. Hatch. And that's the wrong part. And so you've hit the nail on the head, President Edgar, about this is a completely distinguishable case, and I don't know of much of any other situations where this exists. And it's critically important that's why we went through maybe ad nauseum history. And that's the importance of it, because we all have to take ourselves back to that time frame. Not today, not today's standards, that time frame.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, that concludes the rebuttal for the defendant. Are there any questions from the board at this point?
I do, Mr. President. Mr. Manning raised the issue of the operation and maintenance manual in his letters, all of which don't have page numbers, so I can't cite them. But I didn't see anything from our staff's report indicating that. Maybe I missed it. So could someone respond to his contentions? The operation and maintenance manual, which I don't have, obligates the state to maintain this facility. And whether that relates to the MOU and the MO and the indenture that we have seen and have been, it's been quoted by both sides.
Well,
But
if it's
about
part,
yeah, the O&M manual.
yeah, his argument, Jane, is if it's part of the system and has been accepted as part of the system by the Corps of Engineers and so on, it will have an operations manual attached to it. And he's pointed out that this does. There's a dispute as to the maps, as to what's shown on the maps, and that Mr. Lee, disagrees with his interpretation, but it is apparently part of the operations manual.
If I may, I can direct you to the page, that's all.
No, I don't think I need that. Thank you for that, Mr. Edgar. And then just my response to the map. The map that we're given here is an exhibit to give us an indication of the location. It's not the map of the legal boundaries. It's, it's a site location map. That's different.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. Okay, who's anybody have any questions?
Bill, I have I guess one question and one comment. The comment is that the screw gates on the irrigation pipes are there to stop water from going through. They're not designed as a project feature to release water to the land side. So that's a kind of a miscommunication, I think. Just to make that clear, that the gates on those pipes aren't required under Title 23 because they want to release water to the land side to relieve pressure in the Cherokee Canal. I think Mr. Manning kind of made that statement.
He did.
He did, yeah.
So that's not accurate. That's not what the purpose of the gates are.
Well, what about the question that they're basing their argument on, and that is based on history and the MOA and the the fact that it's part of the system itself. It's a dual purpose facility. Is that right or not?
I don't understand the question.
Well, his main purpose is that because of, going back and so on, they came up with this need to have a dual purpose facility to release water when it's necessary and use it as flood control, and also private irrigation. And they came to this agreement, which is unlike most encroachments we have, which are clearly either private or public. This was a dual purpose facility, and you disagree with that, or what? That's his main argument.
Are you asking me if I disagree with it?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a dual purpose. Again, the gates are there to stop water from leaving the channel. So there's no flood control purpose associated with those pipes. None whatsoever.
And that includes the pump and everything?
Yes.
Okay.
The pumps provide no flood control purpose. Now, on the MOA, I didn't quite, I was going to ask Mr. Manning if he had a response to the presentation made stating what in the MOA that the landowner would be or has a right to operate and maintain the structures, and that it was signed by the Reclamation Board, State of California. What was your response to that, Mr. Manning, please?
I'm not following. I'm sorry. I don't.
In the MOA.
Yes.
In the rebuttal that was presented by the prosecutor, he mentions that it says in here it's understood and agreed that grantors are not granting rights. So for consequent to this agreement, the mineral rights, blah, 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 blah.
Which
easement purposes and any existing rights of grantors in connection with placing irrigation structures either through and over and split through described parcels of land, so on and so forth. And two rights are exercised in accordance with the provisions of sections 8710 and 8723 in the Water Code. And that MOA was agreed to by the property owner and the Reclamation Board.
Yes.
So do you don't find that that provides the basis that the landowner was responsible for the operation and maintenance of that pipe?
I do not. It's just saying that the granting of the rights to the Reclamation Board doesn't in any way affect the owner's rights to placing irrigation structures either through and or over said above described parcels of land with the so as long as they're exercised in accordance with provisions of 8710 and 8723. And so 8710 and 8723, they don't relate to Mr. Hatch's maintenance obligations. They relate to a statement that, okay, if you were to go out and build something, you got to get something new. Again, this is already what the facility was already built when this was entered into. If you were to go out and build something new, you've got to go get approval from the board for your plan. He can't just go build anything he wanted. Assuming that this got ripped out, he couldn't go build anything he wanted. It had to be consistent with, you know, the flood protection issue. So if the board no longer feels that the facility is necessary for its works, which again, the resolution of necessity back in the 1950s said that the taking was necessary for flood control works. And again, whether it's ever been used for that purpose, I don't know. But I can tell you that it has been utilized to flow water out of the canal onto the land site. And the screw gates are not the responsibility of Mr. Hatch, the responsibility of MA 13. They never closed them down. And that's why I'm saying it's been used for that purpose. And so if the board were to decide that it no longer needs this, it's no longer necessary, then fine, it can say that, and we're no longer going to use them for irrigation or for flood control purposes. And that's the difference in what the parties were contracted to and what the project was as proposed back in the 1950s and 60s. It's a change. Did I answer your question? I know I expanded on it, but hopefully I answered it.
I guess the only other question I had was your distinction between the flood board and the state of California, that somehow there are a difference, because I believe that flood board is given a responsibility to act for the state of California on these flood control projects. I don't know if there's a difference between the flood board and the state of California. Could you address that?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that there's a There's not a general statement within the agreement that says the state will not be responsible. It's very specific. It says Sanjak and the board will not be responsible, which is consistent with the law, with the statutory law that says DWR, as a maintenance area had been formed, is they're the ones that do the maintenance. The board is not out there doing the maintenance. And so again, you have to look at what the parties agreed to. They agreed to these specific entities of the state would not be responsible, but they didn't say DWR wouldn't be responsible. That's the distinction. Didn't say the state won't be responsible. These agencies of the state won't be responsible. That's what I'm saying.
That's all my questions.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Closure devices under the federal.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, I'm going to close this public hearing, bring it back to the board for discussion and decision. All right, so what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, this is Jane. I think this matter is complex enough that if we were to try in this waning hours of the day to craft our response, that it would probably not be good. I submit that there's been sufficient evidence presented in what was provided to us in writing and at the testimony today that these irrigation facilities are for a private purpose and used by a private person or a private landowner, and that they are not flood control state facilities. Insofar as all the other conditions that the staff report asks us to affirm or revise or not, I think that they need a little bit more analysis. One of the things that is suggested that to perhaps direct a board member or two to work with legal counsel and staff to propose findings and conditions for the board to adopt. That seems to me the direction to take.
Through the chair, I would concur with that recommendation.
But I am saying they would start with a finding and stating why that this is a private facility.
Any other comments?
Bill?
Tim?
Can either you or Leslie just put this in context and how we started, what our options are? On the one hand, I appreciate the complexity. On the other, I think a lot of time and effort has been invested to get where we are. And we had a couple of recommendations that were laid out at the front of this. And I think Jane's picking one of them. But can we just be reminded about if in fact that is one of the options, just so I'm clear on what our plan is going forward?
Yes, in Mr. Lee's introductory comments, he's outlined what the possible options are for the board. Let me have him reiterate them for the board at this point. Mr. Lee, can you do this, please?
Yes, Mr. President. So I outlined 6 things that the board may do after this hearing. Number 1 is order the abatement of the encroachment. 2, order the restoration of the site. 3, impose an administrative penalty. 4, order the recording of the enforcement order with the county recorder's office. 5, initiate a civil action in the name of the state for mandamus, injunctions, civil penalties, or other remedies. And or 6, order any other actions or conditions as the board may determine are necessary to resolve the violations and ensure compliance with the board's regulations. And then afterwards, I think I got a follow-up question asking if it was okay to kind of delay the decision. And I believe that under the board's regulations, it would be consistent to allow you to do that if you believe it is complex.
Okay, the staff had a proposed staff recommendation, staff order, essentially. What did that, did that have all these options in it or not?
Yes, I believe so. Let me pull up the order. You're talking about the draft order, Mr. President?
Yeah, yes, the draft order.
Yes, it should have it all on there, but it would be more specific. I mean, I don't think number 5, initiating a civil action, is in there. And Eric, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it was obviously more specific than just listing these things out.
Mr. President, if I may, I think I might be able to address the specific question of Vice President Dolan. I think the issue here is what you have before you is a proposed order asking for certain measures of relief. One of those is a finding that the respondent is the responsible party for the operation and maintenance of the facilities that are in question here. And it goes on, but and there's also an imposition of administrative penalties. And what I think Vice President Dolan was getting to is that if there is going to be a discussion by the board where it's not going to be a full adoption of the proposed order, that then there's a direction that based on the findings that the board makes after discussion, that a board member work with board counsel to prepare a alternative order for the board's consideration consistent with the findings that you make today. Did I get that correct, Vice President Dolan? You're on mute.
You're on mute, Jane.
Sorry, thought I left it open. Yes, thank you, Mr. Dua. I don't think we've had complete discussion about what other parts of this proposed board staff order would be there or not, but I'm looking at page 11 of the staff report where it says staff recommends the board. And I agree with some. I think some need further discussion, but I'm adding an introductory one that the board finds this is private. And I think that should be the introductory part of our action of resolving this. And I have observed that when the board starts writing sentences during our meetings, it doesn't go well.
Yes, I've learned that too, but I don't think anything is going to be accomplished because it hasn't been unless we put some pressure on.
I agree.
Well, what I would suggest is something along the lines that the board adopt or direct the executive officer to issue the staff recommended order and sign it effective June 1 of this year. And in the meantime, a board committee made up of the staff and yourself and Mary Jane work with the parties involved to bring back to the board prior to June 1 an alternative, if you come up with an alternative. If you don't, Leslie has direction from this board to in fact sign the order. But you have, there are options in here for Mr. Hatch, which involve fixing the outlets, or perhaps making another alternative just for irrigation and forgetting the flood control issue, or doing other things related to it, which is going to take more than 30 days, which is what this order would go into effect at 30 days. We have more time and a board committee and people working at it. There is, in fact, a deadline that people are going to have to adhere to. And that 90 days would give the committee and the parties involved an opportunity to come back with perhaps an alternative finding or a totally different one. But if you don't, Leslie will sign the order and it'll go into effect.
Mr. President, if I may, if I could just have you amend that date to be a day where we have a board meeting, so that something needs to come back to the board, it would be on the board meeting day. So if I could suggest either the May or June board meeting for your date on that.
Let's make it the June board meeting, Leslie. What's that date?
It's at the end of June, Mr. President. That would be, let me see. I don't have it handy. That would be June 25th.
Okay.
President Egger, if I may one more suggestion, instead of directing the executive officer to sign that order, just to bring the existing order back to the board if no changes are recommended for the board to sign, the board president and vice president. It should be signed by yourself, Vice President Dolan.
Well, that's not going to accomplish anything. There's got to be some leverage here.
That doesn't change anything, President Egger. Perhaps I didn't explain myself correctly. You were asking that that Leslie Gallagher, as executive officer, sign the order on behalf of the board. I'm merely suggesting that if no alternative is reached by the June board meeting, that the proposed order by staff now is brought before the board for signature and adoption by the board.
Well, I don't want this before the board again. We'll just have the same argument.
But you are suggesting that there be this committee to work with council and staff to come up with an alternative, which would come back to the board.
Yes, if that's the case. If not, the order goes into effect.
Okay, but Mr. President, I somewhat agree that the order gets signed by the officers.
Okay, but it doesn't come back to a board meeting.
Unless this committee is.
Oh, yeah, if the committee comes up with an acceptable alternative, which I hope you do, and I hope it works out. It hasn't so far, but I hope it works out. If it doesn't, then this order is signed by me and yourself, and it goes into effect, and we're in court. So,
and Mr. President, I'm sorry, let me just rephrase my original. You don't need to go to the June meeting then. Your June 1 date will work just fine if that's your actual proposal. I misunderstood. So
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that fully.
That I would just recant what I had said about the June board meeting. I misunderstood what President Edgar was saying. If that's your motion, you could use the June 1 date. That would be fine.
Yeah, see, well, I would expect, Jane, that the committee and participants would come back with an alternative at our May meeting, so we wouldn't have to have this order go into effect.
Just to be clear, Mr. President, you are proposing that this order as written would go into effect on June 1 unless the ad hoc committee that you've assigned of Board Member Griego and Board Member Dolan come up with an alternative that is agreed to by this respondent. Is that correct?
Yeah. I'm kind of agreeing with Jane, is that everybody has told us this is not a flood control facility and is not used for flood control, and therefore should be renovated or whatever for private use only, in which case it would be up to the private owner under a new permit to operate and maintain it. That's the way I understood Jane to be. I think everybody's agreeing with the fact that this is a private facility at this point.
Perhaps for the record then, we could have I would defer to Jeet Dua on this, but it may be clean if that's one factor or one finding you would like to make, that we could have that as a motion with a vote by the board.
Separate motion?
I think it would be helpful with the rest of what you're asking for if we had that specifically spelled out.
Okay. What's the feeling of the rest of the board?
Mr. President, I'm okay with where this is headed. I do want to weigh in because not all of us have spoken, and we're purporting to speak for the board here.
Thank you.
So I'll be brief because I think it's consistent with what you all are indicating. But two things. One is I'm persuaded by the key documents, the two documents signed that day in 1965, that this did allocate the responsibility for the irrigation works, and that the landowner reserved the ability to continue to maintain them, but also kept the responsibility for maintaining them if they were to be maintained. I also think that and this may be what Vice President Dolan is getting at here, that we're really on the brink already of having spent more time and money arguing about it than it might take to solve the problem. And so, I really hope that there's a way for folks before the fines are in effect, and we're arguing about it even more, to just get this done. Particularly if the interior of the pipes is structurally sound, this may not actually be that big of a deal to resolve. And so I really hope that there's a way for folks to do that.
What do you think, Joe?
Well, I'm thoroughly convinced that it's a private facility, and that I also agree 100% with what Brian said, that if it's constructed as the owner said, a steel pipe encased in concrete or something, there's very little chance that there's a maintenance issue with that part, with the pipe itself. Now, the other things we had photos of, there is some maintenance work that needs to be done there. But the big dollar item would be, if something had to be replacing the pipe, which doesn't sound like it's a very likely event. So I think, I think we should go forward and see if we can find some middle ground here, just to get it done and reserve our rights as far as who's responsible for the maintenance, which I strongly believe is the private landowner.
Yeah, it seems to me it'd be a whole new, to remove all of that stuff that's not being used now, and just have the pipe serve the irrigation, and that'd be the end of it, right?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, it's all, the facilities that out there are for the irrigation.
Mr. President, I agree with our executive officer that we need to make a motion with that finding. I would do that, but I would appreciate some assistance from board counsel as to what the wording should be. And did we lose board member Grego, or is she farther down on the list?
President, Board Member Griego had to sadly leave for another meeting that she was unable to reschedule. We did not know that this was going to go on so long, so I apologize, but you are a 6-member board at this point.
Okay. Did we get her agreement? She'll be part of an ad hoc committee? You have my agreement, by the way, but I don't know.
She did agree to being on the ad hoc committee before she left.
Okay. Well, I think what we can conclude today is what our board president is suggesting. I just am not sure I can put it into an appropriate motion, but the factors would be to direct staff to prepare the order as recommended, which would become effective June 1, but to allow an ad hoc committee to attempt to resolve the issue. My view is if we can make any kind of effort with board members assisting to have compliance to these maintenance issues, I think that's to everyone's benefit. But I also think today we need to make a finding that this board has in fact determined, based on the facts presented, that this irrigation facility is for private use and is not a state facility.
Case, Madam Vice President, could I just ask Justin Lee whether the way that the enforcement order is written would be adequate for making that finding without a separate motion?
Yes. Well, the closest thing I can find in the order is subdivision A. After it says it is hereby ordered, that's page 6. It says the respondent Palmer Hatch, as the current irrigation facilities owner of site located, and gives the coordinates in Greeley, California, is responsible and liable for the maintenance and necessary repairs to the private irrigation facilities that cross the Cherokee Canal federal levee system, facility of the state plan of flood control. So it kind of does touch on it. It's not as explicit as saying they are private, but they do mention that, you know, he is responsible for that private facility.
Okay, let me try a motion, Jane, if I may. The executive officer, I would move that the executive officer be directed to prepare the enforcement order that is proposed by the staff with an effective date of June 1, and that number 2, that the board agrees that these facilities are for private use only at this point, and that 3, an ad hoc committee be put together in order to discuss the issue and, if possible, come forth with an agreed upon modified order, if at possible, before the effective date.
I'm not sure if you're allowed to make a motion or if you want me to say I move that.
Yeah, why don't you say you move that, and I'll second it.
Okay.
All right.
Since it's being transcribed, I'm not going to wordsmith you, Mr. President.
Yeah, well, somebody needs.
I will make the motion of what the President just stated.
Okay, the 3 elements to that. One is that the Leslie will prepare the order with an effective date of June 1. Secondly, that an ad hoc committee be created to discuss with the parties involved an alternative, possible alternative to the staff order that's been presented. And number 3, that the board agrees that these facilities are for private use only and is no longer used for flood control, and that is a finding of the board at this point.
Okay, you elaborated on that, so I will move what you just said.
Okay, I'll second it. Discussion of the board.
Just a quick question, Bill. If there is a modified order, it has to come back to the board. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Just want to understand. Thank you.
Everybody okay with that?
Mr. President, sorry, I don't want to confuse things further, but I think the finding is not that is no longer used for flood control, but that it has always been a private encroachment and was never used for flood control. That is what has been presented to the board, and I don't want to speak for the board, but my understanding is what has been accepted by the board after hearing the evidence today.
Well, Mr. Dewar, I think it's actually my motion at this point, so I want to make it clear that that language is not included, that the board makes a finding that these facilities are private use facilities and the operation and maintenance belongs to the landowner.
That's good, Jane.
Does the seconder agree?
Yes, I do. Okay. And then if hopefully the ad hoc committee can come up with an agreed upon that we can all agreed upon solution to this problem.
We can only try.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, let's have a roll call vote. Ryan, please.
Board Member Johnson.
Aye.
Board Member Ramirez.
Aye.
Board Member Valines.
Aye.
Board Member Countryman.
Yes.
Vice President Dolan.
Yes.
President Edgar.
Yes, that's a vote of 6 to 1 absent. And it's understood that Jane and the staff, Jane and Mary Jane Griego will be the ad hoc.
May I ask a question now that it's been adopted? It's not.
Why don't you save that for the ad hoc committee?
Well, I think it's important for, and maybe Mr. Dew and I could have a conversation offline, but I just want to make sure that this today doesn't start the clock as to a final decision by the board. That if we can't reach a deal, June 1st starts the final decision.
No. Final decision, it goes into effect June 1. If you cannot reach a decision, which is an alternative to the staff recommendation, goes on into effect automatically. So I've got to have some leverage because this conversation has been going on too long.
But the effective date is June 1 and not today.
Yeah, it's not today. It's June 1. The staff resolution said it'd go into effect 30 days. I'm saying no, it's going to be June 1. Got it? All right. All right, that passed 6 to with Mary Jane absent. Okay. Anything else on that, Leslie? Item, we're done.
No, Mr. President, thank you.
Okay, we're on item 11, members, executive officers report. Leslie, your report always comes in, the day before the meeting or 2 days before the meeting. You had some comments in your executive report about a board look ahead like Brian Johnson's been after for some time. I'd like you to summarize what you've proposed, and so the board has a full knowledge of it, and any other things you want to comment on with regard to these staff reports.
Certainly. So you've had 2 months now of draft look aheads. One that had a number of funding programs that was for your information around flood state funding programs. This latest one laid out all of the board workshops that we've scheduled to date, along with the topics that are proposed for those. We've been including the dates, and to the extent we have them, agendas for our partner agencies and their meetings of interest to the board. So I would just look for feedback if that's something you'd like to continue to have those sorts of things. If there's something missing from that, what do you like it? Do you want it to continue?
Well, generally, I thought it was good. It gives us a month look ahead on the big items and gives us a chance to think about what lays ahead. I thought it's a good idea.
The one thing I would just point out from this month's is after we scheduled out all of the workshops, we just have so many requests for additional topics. There's a lot going on this year that the planning team, as I noted, has asked for more workshops to work on some of the flood plan issues and the conservation strategy, some of the pertinent documents. So I don't know what those dates are. I had suggested originally that on the months that we don't currently have workshops scheduled on the second Friday, that might be a good time to do them. I don't, know how that works with everyone's schedule. Obviously, we try to get all the board members there for these, but that's something to just be aware of. And if you have any feedback on that, that would be useful for us as well.
If we can get them on the calendar, then the board reserves those dates. Generally, that's been acceptable, but since we have not had workshops every every month, it kind of slipped a little bit, but maybe we could see what happens if we start filling them up. And it's okay if I think it's okay, Leslie, if not all the board members can be there. That it'd be nice if they could, but if we have one or two missing, that's okay, I think.
Well, we'll certainly do our best to work around everyone's schedule, and you do.
Yeah.
So, Mr. President, I had responded to the executive officer that I liked it, so I want to say that here. I think this is helpful. It gives us a sense of what items of any kind of complexity are coming forward, so we can begin to do any homework and think ahead. I like the fact that you put draft on it, so it doesn't look like it is in fact our agenda, and we are obligated to adhere to that, because things can, circumstances can change, that maybe this workshop happens another day, or these items aren't ready for the board. So it's just something that's very informational, and I think that it's helpful just to allow us to, okay, what's coming up, so we can begin to prepare. So thank you, Mr. Johnson, for asking for it.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, for instance, I would add to the next look ahead, for instance, a briefing on what Joe had asked about on the bond funds. We would put that down as a topic or an item, since board members had an interest in that.
That's going to be a big item. I know at the coordinating committee, and you said you and Kim are already kind of thinking about that.
No, that was a different topic.
I thought you, okay. All right.
I might add that you put on the look ahead when we might actually see the regulations update for adoption.
Right.
So, yes.
Yeah. So this sounds great to me. I'm good with the approach, Leslie, that you described for future workshop topics and such. And I appreciate you doing this. I know it's partly because I've been asking for it. So I want to let you know that I like it. And if it works for you, it seems like the kind of thing that could just be, periodically, regularly attached to your updates that come in and be kind of a living document that, updates itself with the rolling look ahead. And the only thing that I would add, which is, when it, if you want to forecast when there would be things coming for adoption to the meetings that we don't know, and even if it's not the specific meeting, but fourth quarter, you'll see this type of thing. I think this is very helpful and just gives us a sense of what's on the horizon and how the work is rolling through your work plans.
Thank you. Great. Mr. President, sorry, you were right. That we are talking about that for coordinating committee as well.
Okay. I thought I was losing.
I'm tired. Yeah.
I thought I was losing my mind. I thought that's what you told me. Okay.
Yes.
Both things could be true.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
I just wanted to note in the chat that Board Member Valines also said he has internet issues, but he also believes it's a good idea.
Okay, great. Okay, we're on 12. Board committee and comments. Any updates? Don't see any at this point. We're on upcoming meetings, and we've got the inspections compliant work group on March 10th, the coordinating committee on March 24th, and the next board meeting on March 26th. I'm sure we have an advisory committee meeting in there somewhere, but
yeah, we do in April, and I would just point that in the executive officer's update, she gives a very good overview of the advisory committee's discussion and recommendations they're making on the conservation strategy. So thank you for that.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, we're on item 14, which is the closed session. We don't have one today, and item 15 is the report, which we won't have. Item 16, members were on the adjournment, and without objection, we'll adjourn this meeting, and I apologize for the length, time, and appreciate your patience. This meeting's adjourned.
That's what we do.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
Yeah, you too, Brian.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Tim.
Bye, everyone.